Well, hello out there. There's like a plane going overhead. Hey, everybody. Needless to say, you're hooked. I'm glad. What is up? Oh, man, it is so damn hot outside. But it's like, we have it cranked down to like 66 in the house. I am like, oh my god. Oh. Yeah, what's going on, Ghostworm? What, Wyvern? Hey, what's up, Sirens? Hello, hello, hello. Let's get over here. Boom. Oh, alright. So last night was a major throw stuff at the wall session where I was like, alright, like it needs 20 levels of features for a base class. I'm just kind of like, I'm just going to keep throwing, right? You're making an alchemist right now? Oh, awesome. Yeah, let me know how it goes. The thing going on with the Vanguard right now, I think it's fairly well established what you are doing with your turn on the Vanguard. There's a few things though, where I'm like, I like where it is in terms of like the first 5, but it's like just, you know, mostly just stuff thrown at the wall. It's literally the only thing keeping you awake. Everybody scream at your keyboard to keep Axiom awake. Just everybody. 3, 2, 1, go. Now, we need to figure out, really, it's kind of why I'm coming here today. You heard that. Right now, I have a core. I have a core to it. But I'm trying to figure out if the core is apparent and like what you're trying to do with it. The idea right now is there's a few things I'm trying to watch out for, and I'm trying to make sure that I am not I'm trying to make sure that I'm not designing in a specific way to where, and I picked up on this last night. Too much of what I'm writing for right now, at least in terms of this class, is just terrified of multi-classing over with one class in particular. And that class is paladin. And I'm trying to figure out if that's a bad thing right now. Paladin, in terms of like the restrictions that would come with this thing being able to multi-class over in the paladin, there would be high DPS that you would suddenly be able to get out of a class that's not really intending to do that. And I'm trying to make sure that this class doesn't give you so much that makes it better than taking, like, the feats, right? I'm trying to make sure that, like, anybody that dips over here for a level is... I'm trying to make sure that if someone dips over to Vanguard for a few levels, that what they're getting isn't going to be just objectively better than something they usually have to wait for an ASI on. You have no idea what this class does. It is a high crowd control, it is a very, very high crowd control super tank. You're going to get heavy armor and D12 hit die. And I'm trying to think of a few things for it right now. A lot of stuff has been just sort of like lifted flavor from like the official books. In terms of like, I mean, the martyr over here getting warrior of the gods from the zealot barbarian. Like it totally makes sense that it should get something like this. Everything else is like completely unique and all that, but yeah. Yeah, big shieldy boy. Big shieldy boy. So, what I'm thinking is, right now, I've been trying to look at what I've written and try to figure out, like, something you were thinking is that to give them, taking a 2-level dip in the rogue might be too appealing to be able to dash as a bonus action. If you're thinking about dash being able to conserve your movement speed after your turn, it doesn't. Hang on, sorry, one sec. I double checked with the rules on dash to make sure that like the conservation of speed wasn't going to be a huge deal. Dash, yeah, if you take the dash action, it's only for the current turn. So you wouldn't be able to conserve that move over the turn, beyond your turn. You gotta go see fireworks. Be safe. Have a good time, but be safe. So, you love these design streams, make you want to plunge and finally do a class design? Do it. Have fun. Like, part of my favorite thing is, like, whenever you introduce a new class into the game, how that actually, like, redefines your world building, right? What you're rethinking about the way that, like, this game engages with your world just because you've introduced a different archetype in it, right? Like, oh, I love that so much. Have I made an aggro mechanic / ability for it? Yes. If you want to draw aggro, so there's a couple different things in here. As I've been trying to make the subclasses, I've been trying to figure out, like, wait, sorry. It'll need, Twitch is still screwing up these apostrophes. Is that clear though from which speed you subtract your movement first? I'll need clarification in the final edit, but that's fine. If you could clarify that a little bit further. So if a Vanguard were to dash, how would that work? They would dash on their turn, in the movement, and then, at the end of it, like, at the end of the turn, any movement that they had from their normal speed, yeah. If you dash as a Vanguard, okay, so you gain extra movement for the turn. This increase equals your speed after applying any modifiers. With a speed of 30 feet, for example, you can move up to 60 feet on your turn if you dash. I would argue that at the end of your turn, if you used like 30 feet, it's the 30 feet that the dash gave you, and then boom, you have your 30 feet of movement afterwards. Increase or decreasing your speed changes this additional movement by the turn. 30 feet is, yeah. I don't really think that dashing is too insane. It would wind up like, yeah, it's you're kind of bucking some core aspects of the kit by, I would say, dipping over into rogue. Like, the problem would be that if you multi-class with this, which, like, I don't really mind making features that make multi-class synergies good, but I just don't want to make a feature that makes it to where multi-classing makes you better at doing the thing that the class loadout is intended to give you. That's the kind of design that usually bothers me. If it were like, Okay, this thing is meant to be a tank, and yet it would be a better tank by going one level over into... I mean, Cleric's the exception because Cleric's just insane and they got Twilight Domain. But you would be getting quite a bit of redundancies by doing that. I mean, that Channel Divinity is always going to be insane, but yeah. You can say shoving as a bonus action is the goal. I really think the shift is going to be like shoving as a reaction. Shoving as a reaction is actually scary good. It's subtracted from your so-called temporary speed first, similar to temporary HP. Then you had 30 to use reactively, but is it? Yes. I would say that's probably the most reasonable interpretation. Yeah, no, I mean, I like these questions. Don't think that you're like, don't think that you're bugging me. It's more so that I'm trying to think the process out. If I... Taking the... Take the... Here. I just realized I need to zoom up on that so you guys can see what it is I'm actually typing. We need a bit more complicated measure here. Let's see. There we go. It's unclear. I think it just will require more specificity. Yeah, I'll probably make some kind of. Yeah, I'll call it out in a footnote. The feature should not interact. I mean, like it does somewhat, but not in a way that I think people believe it is. Where it's like, how? Okay. Here's the funny thing, though. No, because ready action would be moving. Yeah, you can't do the ready action to take the dash action and then dash the... Yeah, okay. You still don't get the core gameplay loop of the class. What are you supposed to be doing as actions during your turn since you won't be attacking? You will be shoving. You will be making shove attacks. Note that what this is doing is because you're not making... Like, up here in Grand Sentinel... Nowhere in this does it say that you can't make an attack. You can't make a shove attack as a part of that turn. What this is all doing right here is shifting over to where it's giving you the flexibility of... So I talked about this a little bit in my last live stream. Part of the reason why tanking feels not super great in 5e is because of the way that it's the very nature of how damage is traded in 5e, and really just in any tabletop game. Damage instances are usually not occurring on your turn. They're usually always occurring on somebody else's turn, right? So either in provoking or sponging up damage, it's mostly left up to a game of prediction, where you as a player are going to have to be using your turn to figure out, like, how do I possibly predict what the DM is going to do this turn? So, if you shift it over to where the tank is now getting all their tank stuff as a reaction, this actually becomes incredibly easy to do. Like, tanking actually becomes pretty viable the moment that you just shift their action economy over. Now, this is pretty powerful. So this is part of the reason why I'm like, I need to be careful about giving you access to weapons at any point. Will people hexblade dip this class? I don't see why they would, because, like, I mean, I can't figure out a reason why they would hexblade dip. Your patience also allows you to mystically channel a particular weapon. You would be getting basically no benefit out of Hex Warrior. I guess there's some benefit that you could get out of Hexblade's Curse, but it's really not looking great. Shield Wrathful Smite. I think actually that did give me an idea though. I want to see how crazy we can do this. I just had an idea. Yo, your favorite spell? Grasp what's going on so I can help. You think the idea is good enough for what you have envisioned? The first one, I kind of quickly went over a few things. We went on like 2 or 3 tangents, and yeah. This is a mood lifter. I'm glad. Yeah, the first live stream, I went over it briefly, but we didn't like do any crazy intense design on it. Mostly because last night was actually like, for whatever reason, I was up until like 5 o'clock in the morning, just because I was like, oh my god, I've got the ideas, and I churned them out. So I've got some stuff that's on the page here, and I'm getting an idea as to what the subclass identity is going to be, so yeah. Would it not circumvent things like Hex, Smite, Sneak Attack, and similar things if Vanguard got an action that allows them to shove instead of an attack that shoves? Wait, what? You can already use your action to shove. I'm very confused. Yeah, this is the build for those crazy legends that dual wield shields in Elden Ring. Yes. Alright, so I wrote something pretty whoa, okay, chat went nuts. You would love if the choice of starting equipment gave you the choice of 1 big shield or 2 smaller shields. Guess what? Boom. Boom. Yep, because they don't use attack rolls, that's correct. They are all contested rolls. Yeah, I don't think, if you didn't catch the first one, you're not going to miss out on too much from this stream. Let me hang out here. Yeah, it's going to give you the option of you can take 2 shields, so you're always going to get at least 1 shield. But you can choose between a shield or a tower shield. Will the shield class have support for bucklers? I think that there's an I think that there's a way to write bucklers, but the problem with bucklers becomes bucklers just require so much clutter to really make, I would say, to make work and to make not just inherently the best thing that you can pick up. And I don't mean on this class in particular, but like for every melee or every martial character. Hex definitely synergizes. It gives disadvantage on strength checks. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh. Ah, boom, baby. Like you can't shield / grapple multiple times if you got extra attack. You can. Could the Vanguard do a Captain America throw with its shield, please? I know I've had plenty of people asking about that. I haven't settled on that being a thing, but it might be able to be a. The problem is whenever you throw it, if it's gonna like return to you, that implies that it's a magic item. Am I worried about barbarian dips? Nope. I actually think that barbarian dips are. If you dip this over from barbarian, you're going to have to start to choose between whether or not you want to wear heavy armor and get these benefits or be able to rage. The fact that wearing heavy armor hard locks you out of barbarian's big damage spike is a huge plus for this class. So because we do that, we've made it to where we don't have to build around worrying, like right in here. We've made it where we don't have to worry about building around barbarians so much. You can do the math for the shield to return. Those effects require you to make attacks, not that you take the attack action. If you make the attack action but shove instead of swinging your weapon, those things won't work. Wait, you can absolutely make 2 shove attacks on your turn, getting extra attack. Yeah, you love that heavy armor master makes us basically unkillable in hordes. I wanted to give you some of the heavy armor master love here in the first level. The problem is like heavy armor master is built in a way to where like you can't really easily just parse that out into like building into a class feature. The fact that it's a flat modifier and there's not really anything that you can build off of on Heavy Armor Master. Like, Heavy Armor Master has a big problem of causing issues in the first tier of play and then completely falling off. Jordan over at Fluid Salute was talking about this whenever we were on a panel a while ago, and you know, Heavy Armor Master does have a big issue where like just basically in the first tier of play, second tier of play even, it is one of the best things you can pick up, but like later on it just completely falls off. What about using your shield to absorb magic? I haven't watched every stream, possibly have discussed this. One of the things that I'm thinking of is like saving that for like a Primeval Guardian, where there's a bit more of like maybe potential Druid flair being going into it. Yeah. Would Heavy Armor Master be broken if it was just proficiency bonus based? That's basically what I wrote right here. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy Armor Master, if it was like... Heavy Armor Master's biggest weakness is the fact that it's non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Like, the fact that it does not... the fact that it doesn't account for later level play is the biggest issue. You love the idea of charging through a wall with this class? Hey, guess what? I do too. You guys want to see probably the dumbest subclass I've ever written? But I think you guys are going to get exactly the fantasy of this class. The Juggernaut. So, yeah, it is only non-magical. It's bad. Bad. Am I worried about this class multi-classing over in the Fighter for Rune Knight? Nope. No, I'm not worried about it at all. And that's another thing is, I don't believe that Rune Knight should be in the official books. I mean, and someone that wrote the Rune Keeper, part of me points to it as like, no, the Rune Knight is pretty lazy. The Rune Knight also just doesn't fulfill the fantasy, and that's on top of it already being one of the most insanely bloated fighters out there. So, the wording bond effect, yeah. Oh, you just trust me. Trust me. I've got some fucking cool ideas in here. Some people were saying, like, yeah, I want to do the Wobbuffet Bide thing from Pokemon. I gotcha. Alright. So, Juggernaut. I want this one to be fucking hilarious. I want this one to be the, like, unstoppable force. Yes, this is a simple one, and it's simple in one of the dumbest ways. Living weapon. Your movement speed is not impeded while grappling smaller creatures, and you can use smaller creatures you have grappled as a tower shield and a weapon. When making two-handed attacks with it, the creature is treated as a two-handed simple melee weapon with the thrown property that deals 1d8 plus your strength modifier bludgeoning damage on a hit to both the target and the grappled creature. You maintain the benefits of your Fortitude feature while treating the creature as a weapon. Here you go. Here you go. Yeah, I stabbed a goblin with another goblin. There you go. Needs a range if you're not mistaken. There we go. Yeah, I mean, this is the way that they state it in alchemical items. Is it's got a range of 20 feet. Let me guess, you can eventually use them as a siege weapon. Where was it? I'm so glad everybody gets what I'm trying to do with this thing. One size smaller than you? This is your favorite idea? Now, the problem here would be that, like, someone would just say, oh, you mean I can, like, grapple a bug and use it that way? This would also mean that later on you'd be able to grapple, like, an elephant and use it as a... or a cow. Doesn't this allow you to use medium creatures? I think that is pretty funny. You can use a medium or smaller creature. We'll say this. Ah. You can use a creature that is, yeah, it's a bag of rats issue in a weird way. You can use a medium or small creature you have grappled. As a tower shield or a weapon. So I'm glad. I knew in my mind that this was gonna be hilarious. Like I just knew. Oh man. Hey, what's up, Titania? Make small barbarian viable by being eatable. Yeah. Limiting to medium and small when you can theoretically become gigantic is a bit awkward. Maybe. But, I mean, if that's the case, I would rather keep this in there because this is so funny and then deal with, like, being able to, like, you know. The creature doesn't take damage when used as a shield, which just feels odd because that creature would have to be targeted. I know that it feels weird, but, like, you get the bonus, whatever, so it just, like, misses you, right? Or, like, I'm going to let the DM narrate that. But, like, if you grappled it, then that creature would just automatically get hit. Like, if you grappled it and then you allowed it to be used as a shield, like, the only other narrative to make it easy for the game is just that, like, either one, the DM is going to have to target that thing, like, the creature, and then kill it, but, like, then you can just use the corpse, right? Like... They hold their attack action and attack a target when you use them as a weapon. I could see that being a totally viable thing you do. Maybe you could say same size or smaller. I guess. But no smaller than small. Oh, wait. Does that fix it? I think it does. You just can't use tiny creatures as... well, I mean, that makes sense. You just can't go grapple a chicken. Or was it... Now they can do it with large creatures. Maybe. Give them the ability to grapple things that are immune to being grappled, grapple the water elemental, and hit the fire elemental with it. I would rather not give it just the answer to every problem. There is plenty of things they can do with this right now. Yeah, the Hylix soundtrack. There's plenty of power that you're going to get out of this right here. Now, the thing that is, I like this so much right here that I would rather not get rid of this. And I would like to figure out something. If something needs to get changed, it most likely needs to be the size change. Happy to catch one live today. I'm happy to have you here. That also seems more like a magic item for the DM to give this character not a class feature. Oh yeah. You can throw a fire giant 20 feet. You can use a large... That's the thing I'm kind of worried about. I guess, like, yeah, I guess it does have to be... That is one size smaller than you were smaller. Like, oh, it's that... Hey, I'm not too humble. I just forget. But thank you. Yes, like, subscribe. Give me your money, please. Give me your money. By the way, if you're over on Twitch and you are sitting with Amazon Prime subs, or if you're over on YouTube and hey, you want to help support the channel this month, you can go over to Twitch now that I'm an affiliate and use your Prime sub, and guess what? You throw me some love. Yes, I appreciate you. Thank you. Lady Sunaid? I'm not familiar. Does this mean that a Vanguard can grapple bigger things on the ground due to Fortitude? Yes. Yeah, the important part of this... Yeah. I love this so much. Unstoppable Force. Next part of this. Once on a turn, when you move at least 20 feet in a straight line, you can move an additional 10 feet in the same direction. So, this happens on your turn or off your turn. Basically, this is a way to give you, like, a form of fast movement without, like, it just being a straight-up improvement, right? If you're moving 20 feet in a straight line, you just move an additional 10 feet. Now, this first feature up here, what I'm thinking about for the subclasses is the scaffolding that's happening in here. It almost feels like they need to do something unique. They need to do something unique either as their action or something that redefines what it means to, like, shove or use a shield in a way. Did I watch the Sundowner boss fight? I was way too busy on this one, but I did see it in Discord. Aw, thank you so much for the $5, Critical Wit. Greetings from the Department of Justice, by the way. The work is super boring today. Oh yeah, we got barbecue. The design streams are your jam. Would counting as one size larger not incur sorts of questions about weapon damage and space? No, because you count as one size larger. You didn't become one size larger. Just because you count as one size larger, that does not mean your actual physical form is changed.
Oh, is this for the
Vanguard
guy, Vanguard?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
This one sounds so fun.
You didn't see this. This is one I came up with last night.
Oh, okay.
So, alright, here's my first user experience, and this is Amanda getting her first impression of this one, alright? So, Living Weapon, this is on the Juggernaut subclass, okay?
Okay.
Your movement speed is not impeded while grappling a creature that is one size smaller than you or smaller. Additionally...
Okay, wait, hang on. It's not impeded while grappling.
Whenever you grapple a creature, your movement speed is halved.
Okay. Okay.
Additionally, you can use a smaller or larger creature that you have grappled as a tower shield and a weapon.
Yes. So you just like grab this little goblin.
Yeah. When making attacks with it, the creature is treated as a two-handed simple weapon with the thrown property.
Oh my god. So you can just like take his little goblin legs and just beat the other goblin friend with him.
Yeah.
Yes.
You maintain the benefits of your Fortitude. So this is basically you can wear heavy armor and get the benefits of this other feature while you're doing this.
Nice.
I almost think this would be funny to give it like proficiency with improvised weapons, but that's almost like that feels.
Yeah, because to me that feels like a little more like the pugilist, where it's like bar fighter, you know, where this is like, no, I'm going to take your whole body and beat your friend with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna beat a motherfucker with another motherfucker.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Now the counts as one size larger makes me wonder in what way. It means that you maintain your size, but you count as a large size creature. It's the same wording that they use in powerful build. In a way, I'm almost thankful that Wizards never buffed that up to where it was. Hey, Paulo, come out. In a way, I'm almost powerful that almost powerful.
Using Goblin as a maul is one of the examples given for improvised weapons.
Yeah. It is, but you only. What damage die do you use whenever you use it as a maul?
A puppy. She was being nosy.
Amelia.
All right, come on, guys. Let's go eat. Come on. Go on. Come on. I'll come back and bug y'all again later. But that is amazing. All right, come on.
Yeah, doggo content. Could hitting someone with a lich be considered a magical weapon? Yeah, I'm gonna throw the barbarian as a technical. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing I can think of in that is like you count as one size larger for the purposes of shove and grapple checks, or like I don't know, maybe maybe it might be worth it to clarify that. Hey, let me get some barbecue sauce. Mm-hmm. Tank throwing a tank. Yeah, I'll I'll go back and see. For those of you that are in the Discord, this document is over there right now. Oh yeah. Oh, pork sandwiches. Loving the Aradark content and don't say Vecna. I had an idea for that character, where like, I mean, I was just trying to see how nutty Ancestral Guardian Barbarian could be. And I'm like, yeah, played effectively, like, because I was really trying to play Ancestral Guardian Barbarian as effectively as I could, like, whatsoever. Like, I mean, in combat, you know, out of combat, I did kind of feel like in that campaign, I was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. So I just kind of acted, you know, like, okay, these nerds are going to read the books. I'm going to hang out and eat jerky. Like, but, yeah, that was me trying to play an Ancestral Guardian Barbarian as effectively as I could. I mean, I know that people say that, like, you can't make a misplay in D&D, but I definitely feel like I did. If I was looking back on, like, what I could have done better in that fight, I should not have just moved away and beelined it for Vecna whenever I had a shadow in front of me, because I was like, I don't know why I didn't think, let me attack the shadow and kill it. I just didn't think, I don't know. I didn't smash the brooms. I threw one. You know what? I used them as testing sticks. All right. I didn't trust the chaotic gate, so I threw a broom in there. All right. I can see I wasn't gonna take that bait, but I'm not gonna lie. I was convinced that it was just like some crazy coincidence, like that, you know. But no, I wasn't going to, I was like, I'm not going to screw with that because I know someone's trying to screw with me here. Like, so I'm like, no, I'm going to use a broom and throw it into this portal. Huh. Mask with 2 eyes on it. That's sick. Yeah, I can't wait to see, I already got Maxwell on the base, Vanguard. So he's already paid out for a commission to do the cover of the Vanguard. And as the different subclasses go by, we're going to keep getting more and more. Okay. A creature who is spellcasting counts as a magical weapon when used this way. I promise I'm gonna hurry eating. Bear with me here. Now, Where's my Patreon? Google only turns up invalid links, so you don't see it in Patreon. Oh, do this. Patreon.com/indestructiboy. Oh wait. Yeah. Patreon.com. Hang on one sec. Boom, boom, boom. Right here. Oh, sorry, my Discord. That link should be good. Awesome Soul or anybody else that's in chat, would you mind shooting Oliver an invite to the Patreon? Or, wow, to the Discord. Yeah, I was like, wait, I've seen your name before. Like, I was like, wait, what? No, you're on Patreon. The stream's good for, oh, shucks. Have I seen Benjamin Hoffman's Thaumaturge? I have. I haven't taken like a deep dive into it, but yes, I have seen it. Oh god, no, we're not getting that into the thick of it. Let me grapple the wizard and hit stuff with it. I'm good. We can come up with more fun stuff than that. Funny, but plus you don't want to take too much of the power out of. You don't want to take too much of the power out of other characters. Now, for those of you guys that were wanting the kind of classic taunt that you see in a lot of thank you so much. Everybody, say thank you to Awesome Soul for being such a great YouTube mod. Now, Arena Lord is gonna be. This is gonna be the big like. Oh, wait. Are you really sick? No, please get better. Please, please, please drink fluids, all that good business. We'll be here when you get back. To the Arena Lord. Yeah, Vanguard mandate. The Arena Lord, this is your big, like, I've got 2 shields, come at me, bro, kind of a class. You are, your whole shtick here, it's kind of like the complement to the champion. I actually think that, like, the Juggernaut is more of the, like, the Juggernaut's more of just a ridiculous, like, I'm so huge, I'm gonna barrel into anything, right? The Arena Lord is the, like, I'm gonna be able to taunt creatures. This is the big, like, not so much, I'm gonna come to you, you come at me, bro. Hiccup, wow. So, well, you've been loving the class guides? Thank you. Yeah, I plan on making more. I'm trying to get through all the official ones. Now, the Arena Royale Pugilist and the revision of the Champion Fighter. Oh, yeah. I took Crowd Pleaser from my revision of the Champion Fighter because I felt like that was just like, oh, this is so, yeah, that's what you want out of like a gladiator, right? Champions Challenge. Oh, then they take damage? That's a bit magical in nature, but you do have ways built into the class to deal with them if they're choosing not to attack you. Champion Challenge from the Oath of the Crown Paladin. I need to take a look at that. Otherwise, I need to rename this. Will I do an official class guide on the shaman? Yeah, at some point. That one also requires a little bit of you need to, how do I put this? Because I've seen 2 shamans now in play. That is definitely a thinking player's class. Really rewards you for prep. But yeah, at some point I'd like, unless just for some reason there's like an overwhelming like, yeah, please do that, you know, I don't know, there's like a major live stream and suddenly like Heavy's gunslinger shows up in it or something, then I'm kind of trying to get through all the official stuff. Rage like a barbarian. Yes, it does allow you to get +3 AC. Hang on one sec. It doesn't get extra attack. It gets extra reaction. I think this is going to be... Oh yeah, and I totally took the piss out of the Twilight domain. Being a Vanguard has taught you to be vigilant. No. Shield Bearer allows you to do the Fire Giant Dreadnought mechanic. You can wield 2 shields at the same time and... Goosh, right? Okay. Let me turn this off so you guys just don't hear a bunch of like packaging scraping. The extra reaction maps out with power scaling. I can see it, but I gotta look into how the Vanguard generates that power with reactions. I think that Vigilant Defender... It looks like stream just flipped out. Are we good? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I mean, I'm back. Are we good? You're back now? Back up on your end. Yeah, refresh your browsers. We just lost about 18 people. Man down, man down. Save our brethren. Cut out when I said Vigilant Defender for the first time. Hang on, let me double check what's going on. I wonder if that was a YouTube blip or if that was a... we had 34 over here. Okay, that was a... Aha. Yeah, refresh your browsers. We're the U.S. Marines. We leave a man behind. Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal was. It seems like there's people watching over on Twitch, though. Odd. YouTube, what's your problem? Let's see. Don't switch. Oh, weird. Discord also did some weird stuff. Discord, why are you being so weird? Okay. My God, like anytime I get barbecue, it's so weird because I used to think okra was so gross. I genuinely prefer fried okra over like French fries these days. Oh my God. You gonna go get dinner with your oh yeah. Have a good meal, whatever you're getting. Yeah, we'll see you in a bit. Okay. Now, I'm backing up to where I was getting questions in regards to Vigilant Defender. It was right before things like clipped out and started acting weird. Have I played Death Stranding? I played it for a little bit. You think Sam can be a good Vanguard? Yeah, I played it for a little bit, but yeah, it was all right. Avalok, hey, thank you so much for the $2. Did I know WotC? I'm not familiar. Yeah, yeah, other side from Minecraft. WotC? I've never... Oh, old school essentials, gotcha. I don't, unless like, I'm just not really huge on digging into campaign settings. Like, this sounds weird. I'm not big on, like, it's just not like a usual thing that I do, right? Because I'm not really building them out. I'm mostly into like character option design, and like I just kind of homebrew my own worlds and run them in that. I always feel like if I pick up a campaign setting book, I'm always having to like I'm always having to do so much homework in order to just like run the game. Like plopping a character down into a setting, and then if they ask anything specific, I feel like I'm at a test that like I don't know any of the answers to. Like, however, if I'm doing a homebrew world, I'm like, well, fuck it, we'll make it up. Who is the god of the forge? Hammerbanger. Everon's the only official setting one really needs. I think even Everon is a bit too steampunky. Like, for a general fantasy setting. I like Everon a lot, but it is most definitely a different flair of fantasy that I know not everybody totally gels with. But yeah, I do like it. Warlock, thank you so much for the additional $2. It's a hex crawl every 6 mile hex described. I do want to run a hex crawl. Like, I do really want to get into the more survival heavy stuff. Like, survival heavy, classic survival heavy. Avernus felt like I was taking the SATs. Oh man. Yeah, I ran Icewind Dale, like Rime of the Frost Maiden, and like part of me was like, I know some like surface level stuff about the Forgotten Realms, but like if people were going to ask like any hyper specific questions about what was going on, I wasn't gonna know that. I just wasn't. You'd love to be a player in one of my games. Too bad you live in New Zealand. I've been getting more and more into the idea of running stuff online, but I'm also oh wow, just for Siren plus $45 on Patreon. Thank you so much. Thank you. God, that was super nice. Thank you so much. Wow, I got caught off guard. Where was I with that? Oh. I do have a rule that I'm putting down where I was like, I do have a rule where I'm putting down on, like, running games online if I do. Drano, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the, yeah, thanks so much for becoming a member. Now you guys, now I'm getting distracted. Yeah, I got caught off Vanguard. Yeah. Okay. So, I had considered this about like running games as like a Patreon perk or something, but I don't feel, and I'm not shaming anybody that does this. I don't personally feel comfortable running a game. I don't personally feel comfortable running a game that is longer than like a one shot for anybody that's paying me money to run the game, right? If they hire me out to do like I'm DMing a bachelor party or like a birthday party or something. Oliver Olson, thank you so much for the $2. You must remember. If they pay me out for like a one-time thing, that's whatever. But to have reoccurring donors like keep giving me money to run a game, it's like I just feel like that's asking for, if something doesn't go their way, then they're, you know, whatever. I feel like that's just asking for some conflict in a way. It's 45 seconds, about $5. Hey, that's $5 a month. Thank you. Yeah, why does it show the US dollar sign? Well, I'm happy for your sponsorship. Yeah. How do I pick who's gonna be in the game? I also don't want to add a source of stress into the content creation that, like, how do I put this? My real life is already super busy. Like, whenever I'm, like this month I'm playing Shrek, the musical. So, there's gonna be, like, next week, from 7 o'clock at night until, like, 10 o'clock at night, I don't know, I mean, I might be able to stream, like, in the afternoon, but, like, basically at 6 o'clock, I have got to be heading, like, I've got to be driving 20 miles south. When I say 20, it's like 15-ish, so I've got to check out, so, you know, I'm super busy then. I'm trying to get my lesson schedule kind of back up and going. And I'm like, I've been trying to figure out, like, yeah, I've got a good niche here with the design streams. I think so too. I really, really think that I found something that's pretty different compared to, like, a lot of the, you know, D&D scene. I'm happy to see other people are also doing design streams. You know, if you like these, you should also go check out Josh over at Dungeoneers Pack. I know he's been doing a Luchador class. And, yeah, Josh is also just a really, really good guy. But, yeah, it's been cool to, you know, talk about that stuff with, to talk through the design process and whatever, and have the Discord open to anybody that wants to kind of come in. I could ask Street Monk about his experience, although he does it for $25 patrons once a month for one-shots. Yeah, yeah, I also feel that, how do I also feel like that there's another issue with, like, maybe maybe Chris has dealt with it differently, or hasn't had to see this all that much, but I feel like I would just get so sick of running one-shots where people are just trying to run builds that they know are, like, I don't know. It's weird to me. I feel like, I have an okay time dealing with, like, yeah, if people are going for, like, a really good build, it's like, yeah, cool, whatever. It's whenever people are only thinking about the rules and how to use the mechanics that they have to, like, they want to make their character to do, like, oh god, how do I put this? They're doing something specifically to, yeah, Polar Master, Hexblade, Sorcerer, Bard, Paladins only. Yeah. God, it's kind of complicated. Have I thought about some kind of dungeon and design podcast, periodically? I do have... So, there is a podcast that has been kind of had to keep getting the can kicked down the line, because of real life stuff. But it is one that I'm looking at, so me, Sarah, the Hype Goblin, here on YouTube and TikTok, and Josiah, Dungeon Dad, we've all been wanting to make a podcast together because we have like a great chemistry and everything, but real life has come up for all of us like pretty hard in the last like 2 months, so we've had to keep putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. It is the kind of thing that I know that we eventually do definitely want to get down to, but yeah, it's been something we've had to keep putting off because someone gets sick or like there's an issue over here, whatever. But I know part of that's also just on like a little bit of poor planning in a way, and mostly like so we've all been super busy. I felt like, oh my god, I don't know what's even going on anymore. So bad this last week. I haven't owned one of these since my like first month of teaching, honestly. If you guys are, hang on. If you guys want to help yourselves get more organized, I love this planner. This planner is an undated planner. Boom. Like that. Super cheap over on Amazon. It's like $5. This thing will help you keep your life completely, entirely organized. And hey, if you miss a week, guess what? It's undated. So you can just start from the next week, and it's good. Yeah, I highly recommend getting a planner like that and staying consistent with it. What would we talk about? We were wanting to talk about anything that was non-specifically D&D or whatever, right? We all, and this is a thing actually. Like yesterday, I kind of wanted to like also talk about. Like, we wanted to do a podcast where it was just, like, us talking about whatever the hell we wanted to talk about, not just D&D stuff, because, I think I've been noticing it, and I've been talking with other content creators that have also been noticing it. I think that there's a kind of you can really insulate yourself online now into any hobby, to a point where it's, like, basically your entire life. Where it's the only thing that you're talking about or doing or whatever. And I know myself personally and several other content creators I've talked with are like, no, this isn't really a great... we're almost kind of wondering if we're part of the problem, if we're fostering this idea that like, no, that's a healthy way to live your life, right? So part of what we were talking about doing is like, no, we want to do a podcast where people get to know like, we are people with interests outside of D&D, so that maybe it encourages them to find something else. If they like our content, find other things they can enjoy doing. And, you know, also us talking about, like, just sort of real life, right? So that people don't get so... people don't engage with D&D as a form of escapism in a way that completely detaches them from reality, right? There are quite a few communities out there that seem to be under the impression that this is like the only thing worth doing in life. And I mean, I'll tell you guys right now, it's not. It's fun. It's not the only thing worth doing out there. You know, I think we want to try to promote the idea that all of us as human beings should engage with our hobbies in a way that isn't obsessive, you know? So, like, encouraging better mental health that way, I think, is going to be a great step. And just, you know, it's part of the reason why here on streams, I kind of pushed back against it yesterday, because I know it's a little bit of a joke here on the channel, but, like, I think yesterday was where I was like, all right, I gotta stop this right here, right? Those of you that have been on my streams know that I stream for like 4, sometimes like 8, sometimes like 16 hours at a time. And you know, I'll do the 16-hour ones if I'm really trying to crunch something out, like the Runekeeper. But whenever I'm doing things like a tangent, and then people are like, "Oh God, what are we like?" If you guys see me taking a break and I'm over doing something else for a second, something dumb, I don't know, whatever it is. If I just pulled up Elden Ring and started playing Elden Ring for like an hour, hey, that's what I'm doing. It's part of the creative process. It is part of what my brain needs in order for me to churn stuff out. And I know that it's a little bit of a joke that like, oh God, I thought we were, you come here for the tangents, yeah. I know that, like, it's been a little bit of a joke that people are like, you know, yeah, I thought we were doing D&D stuff. Some people got a little bit more poisonous about it, to the point where I'm like, you know what? If someone's saying that, it's like, it really takes the steam out of, like, the entertainment of a live stream, you know? Like, if I'm over doing something else and then I see a bunch of people in chat that are like, oh wow, I thought, can we get back to the design process? I'm like, you nerds, stop it. Like, this is part of it. It's me trying to stream and have fun and be entertaining. Yeah, dance monkey, dance. Yeah. So I don't mind if people like give me a little bit of shit, but like whenever it's that, there's a difference in the energy between like, wait, what are we doing right now? Or, wow, can we please get back to the Vanguard? You see what I mean? Like, yeah, I totally don't mind if people are like, wow, what's he talking about now? Compared to, especially whenever I'm making this content for basically free. I'm trying to make a living doing it, but I'm not asking anybody to pay anything. Well, no, I'm not asking anybody to pay anything to see the content. I definitely would love your support, but yeah. You come in and get to see this shit. Let's have fun. Yeah, it is me as a streamer. I'm like, I talk through the game. If people got questions, yeah, sure, I'm totally happy to ask. But I can tell if I'm just stuck on a thing. I need to get I even did this in my productivity video, right? Whenever I was talking about the productivity video, I was like, if you're feeling a little bit stuck on a thing, like, oh shit, I'm gonna sneeze. There we go. So if I'm feeling like stuck on that, oh, thank you. If I'm feeling stuck on a thing, right? Like, I'm like, oh God, I just don't really see it going anywhere. Sometimes those are times where I'm just like, I want to talk about something else for a second, and I'll go talk about something else, and then I'll come back, and then I'm like, I got it. Boom. That's the refresh. That is the reset. It's me not having to think about a thing so damn hard that I literally stop up any productivity, right? So, if there's people that are like, you know, oh, I come in for a design stream, you guys should know, The design stream and the design process involves me not doing design work for some breaks at a time. And yeah, so I hope that, yeah. And hey, it prevents burnout. While you agree with you, to be fair, some people who may want to talk about the Vanguard may have had something that was left hanging before the tangent, and they're eager to talk about it. Oh, and that's fair too. Seeing as, like, yesterday there were over 60 people in here, and chat was, like, incredibly active. I was like, oh, okay, I'm trying to keep track on it, yeah. It may be the kind of thing where I need to, you know, what I would like to do is, if income gets to the point where I can pay mods, I'd love to have mods kind of field questions real quick. It's not the kind of thing I would ever ask a mod to do right now for no pay, at all, right? Mods that I have for the most part are just kind of helping out when they can, and making sure that, like, Discord stays pretty civil, right? But eventually, if, like, chat gets to be a little bit too busy, then I'm gonna need to get a mod that's gonna help me out with just tracking questions and stuff, because hey, it's just me right now. But yeah. Okay, cool. So we were, before I got food, talking about the Arena Lord. Now, the Arena Lord is going to be you want that, like, AoE taunt. You want the, like, here you go. I need to look up Champions Challenge because I forgot that was a thing on Paladin. It's Glory, right? Wait, what? Or is it Crown? Ah, there we go. They can't willingly move more than 30 feet away from you. Thank you. Okay. They think this is worth a channel divinity to use. I think it's worth a limited resource pool of some kind, but not your channel divinity. Oh, wait, you get it back on a short... I keep forgetting about that with Paladin. Paladin and Cleric get it back on a short rest, right? Yeah, short rest, okay. I kept thinking for whatever reason that Paladin got it back on a long rest. You never use this channel divinity? Sorry, I'm actually using a alcohol wipe to, like, wipe off my mouse real quick. I just realized it was scrolling the window up and down. You never used this channel divinity while you were playing it? I'm just trying to skim it real quick to see, like, what a problem might be in here. Because, like, I know I've seen this one in the past, but... God, I mean, it's each creature of your choice. Okay. We can do this and make it come back to you on a short rest, maybe? How low Paladin saves are in tier 1? Maybe. What I would like to do is I actually think with Martialists, a fun space to design in is contested checks. And you'll see what I wrote for the Vanguard. Okay. So, Champion's Challenge. You can use your action to make a charisma check using the skill of the DM's choice, typically determined by the nature of your taunt, and choose a creature within 60 feet of you, or any creatures of your choice within 15 feet of you. If the chosen creature can see or hear you, it must make a wisdom saving throw against the DC equal to the result of your check. On a failure, the target has disadvantage on attack rolls against creatures other than you while it can see you. The creature can attempt the saving throw again at the end of each of its turns, and when it takes damage, ending the effect on itself on a success. Once the effect ends, or if the creature succeeds on the saving throw, you have disadvantage on subsequent charisma checks you make against the creature using this feature until you finish a long rest. Sorry, let me... Jeez. Alright. So... this is a rough idea. You are basically choosing to either call out one creature in particular, or call out any creatures of your choice within 30 feet of, or within 15 feet of you. Why not just use the DC for strength, and if the creature succeeds, it makes subsequent check with advantage? Wait. Why not just use the D? You mean setting the DC to 8 plus your 8 plus prop plus strength? That's not... I like the idea of contested checks. This feels so much more active. Yeah, this is more definitely like, come at me, bro. Like, bro. Now, here's the thing. Those of you guys that saw my Champion Fighter revision saw this feature already. This makes it to where you can use your strength in place of charisma whenever you're making a deception, intimidation, persuasion, or performance check that relates to your fighting prowess or exerting physical dominance. Boom. So you have some of your roleplay shenanigan stuff right in here. And then it works out well with Champion's Challenge. So you can just keep building into strength, and then that'll build up your Champion's Challenge. Yeah. Now here's the deal. This is one of the only ways that you could actually get expertise. Like, what do I say? If you get expertise with the check that you're making, it actually bolsters up the DC here. Now, you're still having to rely on the roll, but like, I think you're going to have a pretty okay time. You can get advantage on setting this DC. You can't get advantage, or like, advantage doesn't seem to like, he worded it with your gladiator. Well, it's still, I don't think it's perfect. Yes, the contested check is ability versus saving throw. God, it's like, I can't get this barbecue sauce off my hands. What? That's been bugging me the last, like, 10 minutes. Woo. Real quick, though, I just realized I got a potty. Real bad. Let me take a 10. What is that? Where are we at? 6. Okay, 6:18 here. Yeah, I'll be back in, like, 10 minutes. I really got to go to the bathroom. You guys hang out. If you're over on Twitch and you haven't used your Amazon Prime, hey, you can support the channel by dropping that Amazon Prime over there on Twitch. I appreciate you. Also check out the Patreon and my work over on the DMs Guild. Yeah, potty in the club. All right. I'll be back here in just a little bit. All right. So, hang tight. Be good. We'll talk about breaking more stuff with this class. All right. Wait, how do I... Uh-oh. There we go. Hiccup. All right. We're back. We're good. It wasn't even 10 minutes. Now. Let me see. Just checking, is there a reason to worry about reactions if I go 11 levels Cobalt Soul Monk? Spend 1 key point to gain. Cobalt Soul is... I don't really compare anything to Critical Role content. Critical Role content doesn't really... it's not designed with the same kind of sensibilities that we see official content created. This should probably... goading, something like that. Maybe, I don't know, something. I did see something that may merit some clarification. I got 2 pings over in Discord. Okay, someone was asking about the expertise kind of thing that happens in the Alchemist. Yeah, it's meant to work in the same way that expertise works with the rogue, so the proficiency you choose has expertise, and any check you make using alchemist supplies has expertise. The wording is a little bit shifted around because I was trying to make it clearer, but it sounds like that's causing more confusion than... Yeah. Oh, you were surprised I did Bloodhunter? Did people ask for it? Bloodhunter's actually in a fairly decent state right now. It's still complicated. It's still a bit difficult to play in terms of... I would, like I said in the video, I probably wouldn't have a first level or a first time player step in and play a Bloodhunter, but like, you know, I've said my issues with the class. I even did it like as a video. My issues with the class don't come down to a balance thing. My issues with the class come down to a session 0 agreement with my table. They're just not comfortable with the self-harm glorification that goes on in the Bloodhunter. You regret giving a Bloodhunter to a first-time player. Yeah, players don't seem to... First-time players don't realize that, wow, as a first-level character, if I'm cutting into my hit points like that, I don't exactly have a ton of hit points to blow that way. Warden from Spawns has a good idea to deter enemies from leaving range. Yeah, the Warden that they have over there, I've been allowing that at my tables. Like, I've got no issues with somebody wanting to play a Warden. I think that this one is hitting a different kind of a beat. Messes up their action economy for them. Yeah, it might, like... The problem is, Sentinel is so good as a feat that if you make it to where, like, no matter what, you as a Vanguard are going to be objectively better at doing your core key loadout by taking this feat over there, I would rather not lean in that direction. How do I phrase this? I don't want the class to push you to have to take an optional rule. You know what I mean? And if that optional rule is something that mechanically functions better than what you can get out of the class, then it has to be in the class, in my mind. And what you get out of the class should probably be better than the feat itself. I honestly think that feats in general are... I don't have a problem with feats. I think that feats should arguably... Feats should arguably be like... I don't think any feat should be as good as something like Sharpshooter or Great Weapon Master. Those are both just objectively too strong. Thanks for having the stream on your birthday. Nice to chill and chat. Oh, well, happy birthday. Oh, God. Everybody, ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Huntsman. Happy birthday to you. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. I know it's not necessary, but happy birthday. Oh shit, I lost my train of thought. Somebody did say, Tears of Joy. Somebody asked, why is Discord like not loading new? Okay, there we go. Oh, okay, one sec. SW5E? What is SW5E? To incorporate there we go. Yeah, full cure light problem. Yeah, I want you to be a I'm glad that people are actually feeling the they're really seeing what the thing is meant, what the fantasy is, right? Oh, Savage Worlds. Okay. Yeah, Savage Worlds was also made a little while ago. Let me open this up and see. You can take a second reaction each round. You can only take one reaction per turn. Okay. Jeez. You can take this lo-fi is wild and out. Yeah, it's someone, I think it was Insane in the Rain, did a jazz remix of Gwyn's theme from Dark Souls. Yeah, okay, so there's a few issues with the way that it was worded over in Savage Worlds. You can take a second reaction each round. That doesn't clarify what happens. I don't think that you should be able to get a. I don't think you should be able to get a second reaction if you're surprised. Yeah. Yeah, I actually I would disagree with the way that they wrote it in Savage Worlds. Hey, what's up, Mateo? We're doing good. We are still working on the Vanguard stuff. You take reactions at all if you're surprised. Actually, wait. Wait, am I just wrong on that? It's like the surprise rules always like get or it's like surprise, right? Yeah. Until the surprise round ends. Scared the crap out of you when you said hi to Matei. Okay, wait. Why don't they have the Vecna dossier in here? Vecna. Vecna. Oh, did his head just like fade in? Oh, creepy. Okay. I glanced over and saw him like peeking out over over here in the window, and I was like, oh, hi, Vecna. But only once per turn. Hey, what's up, Fenrir? I guess that does cover it. I mean, realistically, what are you going to be doing as a reaction on your turn? Like... It does make it to where, like, the thing I would worry about it is, what that means in terms of, like, people going over and getting Counterspell and then taking a 5-level dip in Vanguard to get an extra reaction on their turn. But wait, how does that... Okay, let's say... Yeah, you get twice the opportunity attacks. Theoretically, like, oh, you got to get positive on your feet. Oh, awesome. Glad to hear it. Can you actually counterspell twice during a turn? Because you use a spell as a reaction. Does that not have the same hang up as, you know, bonus action, cast a spell, using a spell slot, whatever, yada yada yada? You know what I'm talking about? Reaction should be free of the spellcasting limitations. I also think that, like, okay, if you're dipping 5 levels into Vanguard, okay, only bonus action spells. If you're dipping 5 levels into Vanguard just so you can counter spell twice on your turn, or twice during a round, like, would you do that? Is that worth it? Is it worth it for you to dip over into this class and basically get nothing that is benefiting you as a spellcaster for 5 levels to get an extra reaction? I think that that's one of those things that, like, if someone brings it up in a critique, like, online, it's like, I'm always thinking about how, like, yeah, you'd be so far behind in spell progression, yeah. It would actually hard get you out of ever getting 9th level spells. Yeah, you burn a lot of slot. You wouldn't ever be able to get a 9th level spell slot if you went over here and did that. Like, and I know that, whatever. I'm just talking about theoretically. You could specify a special action for them to use, like the rogue's cutting action. I kind of just like it as a 2 reaction. Yeah, 2 reactions. Defending people has taught you to be vigilant. How much of a piss can I take out of the Twilight Domain vigilant text? I don't even know that they really need advantage on initiative rolls either. From Redemption Paladin getting counterspell? But they won't get it until, like, what? 9th level? So, like, the really good thing for them is to go 9 levels in Paladin to come over here to get a class that is giving them an additional reaction at 5th level. Yeah, it is way more flashy. The sneak attacks will be doing 3d6 less than just doing 2 per round. Yeah, I don't think it's anything to really be concerned about in terms of, like, a spellcaster coming over here and doing this. On top of all that, they've also got all the issues that come with, like, spellcasting while using a shield or whatever. Oh! Oh, what? Hang on, sorry. Sorry, one sec. Oh. Okay. Oh, shield. Oh, fucking silvery barbs. You could shield in silvery barbs. Oh, it's Star Wars 5e. Interesting. Um... Yeah, but I don't think that that interaction should ever be there. Well, okay. In a way, it would remove one of my big issues with Silvery Barbs, because then you could never get it with Spellmaster Wizard. Yeah, God, but it's so weird to say, like, neither of the, or you can't use this additional reaction to cast a spell. Like, I feel like that's worrying about a thing that, like... Alright, let me see what he responded. Maxwell just got me some Vanguard art back. I fucking love your little comments on them. Oh, man. Alright, hang on. Yeah, I don't think it would either. I think some people might be like, wait, what? You can use Silvery Bob twice? What? Oh! I'm like, you got a problem with that spell, I guess. Okay. Oh my god. Beefcake. No, the hand is not too big. That hand could be bigger. It's a preliminary sketch. It's a prelim sketch, so yeah, he's asking about poses and stuff like that. I have an idea as to what, like, I want the cover art to be. Yeah, I mean, he basically nailed exactly the kind of character I'm thinking of with it, right? Yeah, beefy ass shield, right? You want this to be, I want it, because, like, I've got a lot of my, a lot of the showpiece artwork that I've had on, a lot of the showpiece artwork I've had on my covers is a little bit, it's a little bit more cartoony, and I like that. Yeah, I want it to be Havel. I want Havel. I want fucking imposing looking. Where is his neck? He doesn't need a neck where he's going. All right. I just want a big ass wall of a human being on the cover. Yeah, I just love Beefcake. Yeah, no, bigger hand actually. I like this one a lot. I've already told Maxwell this. I have a vision in my mind where I'm like, I think on the cover, I want it to be like braced up, you know? It. But hand's not too big. Yeah, he's 100% got the idea. Yeah, you can't be beheaded if you don't have a neck. Yeah. And oh man, he also sent me hang on. He also sent me a prelim for the Patreon exclusive for the month. And yes. The Patreon exclusive, that one is the Patreon pack boon of the Crown. And part of the reason why I like it so much is because now we can totally take that artwork and also use it in the Sovereign if need be. So, logistics. I love this. I love it. Look at this smart boy. Look at this regal boy. Oh. Oh. You haven't checked the Patreon for a while? Yeah, go, the Mimic race is over there from last month. But yeah, this is going to be the exclusive for this month. So, Pact of the Crown, and then, yeah. I am loving doing these, like, once a month, exclusives like this, and being able to commission Maxwell for, like, some new art like that. Oh. This is sick. Maxwell, you're too good at your job, man. But yeah, preliminary sketches, so that's, again, not final, and stuff is all, you know, potential to change. Yeah, it's a crown patron. It's a packed boon, sorry. No, yeah. It's a packed boon. So you know how you can get boon of the, Pact of the Blade, Pact of the Tome, Pact of the Chain. Oh, yeah. No, Maxwell is incredibly prompt. I give him... I have very rarely ever had to, like... very rarely have I ever had to, like, change an idea he had. He gets stuff so fast. So incredibly quick. I legit think that I paid him on the 1st. So that's a 2-day turnover for preliminary sketches. That's insane. I have never had an artist work that insanely fast. And give me that high quality of artwork. Because of the way that, because of how well the process went on The Alchemist, for sure. I mean, you guys can expect if YouTube takes off and I'm doing like full-time content creation like this, then you can expect to, I mean, Maxwell's going to be around a lot. I'm going to just keep him as busy as I can, because goddamn, I love his style. But yeah, so the idea is going to be for the Patreon exclusive for this month. Because I get him paid. I get him paid quick. I'm making a priority that, if there's anybody I'm working professionally with, the money is there. I don't want to do any of this like, hey, you mind if we start working on this today and then like next week or whatever. I don't negotiate percentage-based rates or anything like that. Money is up front. Like, that's the way you need to do it. Things go so much smoother whenever you're doing business. Don't work on ambition and what you think the project could be. Work with what you know you have. You have to budget around the resources that you know that you have. The quickest way to start burning bridges is to screw people over with money, or to do some fiddly things like, well, we've got this Kickstarter, we're willing to give you like 10% if it funds the yada yada yada. Like, no, like you have to, you've got to handle your business shit right. I expect to get paid for the work that I do, and I expect anybody in return to expect that I get them paid as well. Artists want to get paid? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and because of how extremely reasonable like it's been to work with Maxwell and how quick his turnaround is, yeah, no, I'm 100% happy to keep him as busy as I can. Yeah, screw people over with money. Surely a TTRPG influencer would never do that. Oh, man. And, you know, honestly, there are quite a few people that have done... I think they got kind of put into a position in, like, the TTRPG sphere where, like, they were handling more money than they thought they were going to, or than what they were prepared for, right? There are definitely people who are grifting where, you know, they're screwing people over with money, you know, maliciously. But I do think that there are some people who got some success without knowing how to handle the business side of things. And it's a mistake. It's not always a malicious act, right? But yeah, if I'm commissioning somebody, if I'm like, hey, I really need a piece of artwork, I'm not going to go to you with my hat in my hand and be like, but sir, would you work on royalties? No, fuck that. Pay them what they're owed up front. Like, see, the only thing that you should be doing based on royalties, No, I won't make that statement. No, I would say, okay, if you're commissioning an artist and trying to pay them in royalties, that's screwed up. What I did, for sure, always give them their flat fee or whatever. Maxwell brought such a life to the alchemist. I paid him I paid him the royal, or wow, I paid him what he asked, and then at the end of it, I was like, no, he deserves more. So I gave him 5%. Any sell in the alchemist, 5% of it goes over to Maxwell, because he brought over an incredible charm and character to that class that it would not have been what the final product is without him. And he busted ass so well on that I mean I'm fine giving him that 5%. That and to me it's like, I got him all the money up on top, and this is like an insurance of like, you know what, I just want you to know how much I appreciated what you brought to the project. Here's an extra 5%. And what they can do is like, yeah, no, I genuinely felt like, yeah, he deserves that 5%. But another part of that is just, it's good business to keep up that kind of great positive working relationship with artists like that. The greedier that you get on like, oh yeah, if you're trying to get artists to work for you for free, you don't value your own work either. Yep, 100%. If you believe in a thing, if you believe that your project is going to actually be worth getting paid for, if you believe that the work that you're putting out is worth getting paid for, you will be willing to invest money into it up front. Like, for real. Yeah, I just never worked for royalty. I never worked purely for royalties. If that's all they're offering, right? If they're willing to give you, whatever, and you feel comfortable negotiating something, oh no, it's through the DM's Guild. He's just, I plug it in. He's getting 5%. So yeah, no, it just goes to his DM's Guild account. So yeah. If you've got a project and you're like, I really need art assets, but you're not willing to pay an artist up front, there are other means of you using legally licensed artwork that won't break the bank. There's stock art assets that you can go pick up over on like DriveThruRPG. My issue is I feel like I'm at a point now where I can start to hire people out for like contributing to my projects. So that's what I would like to do. I know not everybody's in that same position that I'm in, but yeah, I'm in a unique position because I do the game design and the layout all myself. I can also create like stock vector assets and general Photoshop work. But whenever it comes time to do stuff like, okay, the digital painting right here, I am a moron. I don't get all that good stuff. Like, oh, thank you so much, 343 Burning Legion, buying the Alchemist now. Thank you. For supplemental paint. Yeah. In the future, like, any of my future work, I'm like, I want to make sure that everybody gets a cut of the pie, right? If people are putting work into a project that I believe in, I'm trying to make sure that everybody is like nobody's hungry, right? This is part of the thing that I really loved about working on Home Field Advantage. Like, Trekeros made it painfully clear the entire way through. Like, everyone, we all knew where money was at. We all knew. Sorry, God, my allergies. We all knew where money was going. Everything was put to a vote as to how money was spent on that project. It was extremely transparent. We all kept a very, very open line of communication about anywhere that money was going. Yeah, Trekeros absolutely killed it with this project. And so much so, like, I've said this before. Trekeros is the guy that I want to use for, and he might be in chat. I don't know. But Trekeros is the guy that made, he was the project lead on Home Field Advantage right here. And I've said on Twitter, I've given him a shout out here on the channel before. If I'm ever doing a big collaborative project, like I want to involve multiple people in my community, I'm getting Trekeros as the project manager. I have never been on a project, any kind of collaboration like that was that fucking well run. That was a well-oiled machine from day one. So yeah. Anyways, if you see him in chat, that's Trekeros, and he's over in the Discord as well. One of the pro designers. Just incredibly efficient. You don't have enough experience in class design to do a serious project yet. I only started really thinking like I needed to invest money into my work. In terms of I need to be spending money on original art and stuff for my content. Let me rephrase that. I went from buying stock art assets to commissioning artwork after the Runekeeper. Like, would I ever be willing to make a video on how to do business as a third-party creator? You think I have insight on a lot of new creators? The problem with that would be, it might be a good idea to do that, but organizing my thoughts on that it'd be some work, but it would be a good video, I think. Yeah, I would need to organize my thoughts a bit on it. I'll think about it. What attracted me to this artist in particular? Maxwell has a Maxwell's style is like exactly the kind of fantasy I want to tell. So the thing that originally attracted me to like Maxwell's style is, number one, it's got this kind of dark Slavic look to it, which, and with his name, I was like, oh yeah, he must be like over in Eastern Europe. Nope, he lives in fucking like up in New Jersey or something, or Connecticut. And whenever I saw his look, I was like, you know what? This is that sort of like classic RPG, but not as like rough. There's a rawness to his style that I think really complements the idea of like, I almost like thinking of D&D as I love vintage fantasy books. I love vintage fantasy book covers. And I also have like a huge love for like the Junji Ito style manga, where like this one right here and this one right here made me realize like, okay, Maxwell has studied cross-hatching. Like, whenever I mean studied cross-hatching, I mean intentionally implemented cross-hatching as a stylistic choice, in a way that like oh man, just seeing every little line and detail in this, it's yeah. Like the shading that's going on with all. I love that not every whenever he's drawing females, they're not like. Sometimes they're just in like incredibly baggy clothes or whatever. He's not leaning in towards like intentional trophy female design, right? Every facial feature here just feels like it's molded out of clay. I love Maxwell's art, but it did really have that like. It just feels so homey. There's something comfortable about it, right? Yeah, female versus overly feminine. Yeah. Exaggerated, feminine features, right? I love that everything feels very comfortable, right? You love hearing me gush about his art. I love having Maxwell on my stuff. For real, I would be completely happy if someone was like, yeah, this is the only artist you get to use for the rest of your, you know, D&D career. I'm like, cool. Like, oh, this quasi body horror, like, oh, this tree, just what with this? Yeah, because Maxwell came into my, Maxwell was in some of my chats, and I don't remember how I first saw his artwork, but I think he said something about it. And then I saw this piece, and I was like, yep, all right, my dude, I feel like you and I are going to be good friends. And yeah, he wrote, I guess this isn't a Cursed Immortal he's trying to play, so he knew, like, of Ross's classes. Oh, this is, yeah, Cthulhu Seeker's remix of the final battle from Elden Ring. Yeah, oh, Cthulhu Seeker is another person who's blowing up on YouTube. If you haven't seen his stuff, hang on. Yeah. I don't know how this guy has less subscribers than I do. This guy is a sick synthwave composer. And I love the covers that he's using on them. Like having Ronnie the Witch in this fucking Miami Vice like 80s style. And then I love this final battle remix right here, but like, dude, this reinterpretation of Millennia Blade of Mikola, holy shit, talk about some eldritch horror sounding synthesizer. Holy crap. And again, just this fucking ridiculous artwork, I swear. Yes, this is Cthulhu Seeker. He's only got these 3 out right now, but he's working on more. I think he's got a Godskin duo track coming out within the next like month or 2. But yeah, I am super stoked to see what he winds up doing in the future. But yeah, and he clearly knows the like. He clearly knows the aesthetic. Like, yeah. Elden Ring Vice City Edition, yeah. But anyway, so with Maxwell's like stuff, it just seemed like there's a certain charm to it. I really love the artwork of Kyle Farren. Let me pull. Hang on. Okay, so Kyle Farren is he works for Leader Games on quite a lot of their work. If you've ever seen the Root board games or anything like that. But I say after working with Maxwell, I think that I prefer Maxwell's kind of more dark approach to it. Man, let's pull this up. Let's show you some of Kyle's work. Where's his, like, does he have an art station? No, okay, so this is just like a gallery of Kyle's work. Okay, cool. There we go. So this is Kyle Farren's work. Kyle is, like I said, he's doing board game artwork for Roots and Oath, all the stuff at Leader Games. I as much as I love Kyle's look, it's very adorable. Yeah. There are times when I've seen Kyle get like pretty dark with some of the artwork, and I still feel like it is, after having had Maxwell on so much of my work and coming over and looking at Kyle's, I'm like, I love Kyle's style, but I do think that this just doesn't really complement a D&D product all that well. This is definitely for a board game that has more, yeah, the watercolor, yeah. It's definitely a board game that is meant to lean into more, like, cute animal characters, right? Kyle recently started doing a bit more, well, I say recently, he, it seems as though here more recently, I've been seeing more full-on standard-size humanoids. Trying to find... Yeah, and like, even though I love the artwork, it's not totally right on the. It's not totally right on the style of like the D&D kind of TTRPG flavor I was trying to write for, right? Um, it still feels a little. I love cartoony artwork. It still feels a little like too cartoony. Oh yeah, more fairy tale. Yeah. No, but I mean, again, if someone was like, "Yeah, we got Kyle Farren as an artist on this project," I'd be like, "Oh, dope, sick, yeah, right on." Like, absolutely. I'd be happy to work with him. But are they for hire right now? You mean Kyle? No, Kyle Farren. He works pretty much exclusively for Leader Games. That's Leder. And Leader. From what I recall, like, Leader has him under contract to where, like, he basically only makes work for them right now. Like, exclusively. Ooh. Oh, yeah, that would be kind of cool to see, like, some of Kyle's artwork kind of as border decorations, right? Like, that could be cool, like, an old school, medieval style. What do they call those? They're not wingdings. They're not dingbats either. What do they call those little illustrations? Oh. Let me see here. Okay, cool. Okay. But yeah, last I knew, like, Kyle Farren is an industry pro, like, big pro. If you, I wouldn't even know where the hell you go to, like, he's D20 plus modifier over on Twitter. I'm scrolling real quick to make sure that it's all safe for work over on his Instagram. Yeah, okay, he has been going a lot more humanoid with this stuff lately. Yeah, I think he's got pictures of his kid over on Instagram, so I'll let you guys go check all his stuff out if you want to go see Kyle Farren's artwork. But yeah, I really do love his style, but like, I do think that Maxwell it hits a lot closer to the like grim, the slightly grim, slightly darker fantasy that, you know, I want to lean into. You were gone for like an hour and a half. What'd you miss? Oh, some cool stuff. Yeah, here, I'll bring this back up. Oh, he's got one other one, but I think that it's just not quite active enough for me right here. I want this thing to feel like, this feels almost a little too paladin. This guy though, oh god, the old Planescape art. I can kind of see it. Yeah, okay. I can see what you would mean by that. That's a cool character. I don't know what who are you? I don't know, but I'm insanely curious about everything about your character now. Yeah, the Beefcake Vanguard, yeah. Shishka or Cranium Rats? That's a GIF? This is a GIF? That is way cooler than the current design. What? This is so quirky. I love this. GIFs just look like they smell and like they almost look like they're made out of like weird yellow paste. Yeah. It should make you feel like the Vanguard eats 2 entire chickens for lunch every day. Yes. Like, oh. I do love the only pushback I would give about like this kind of art style, like, it's a little too muddy. Yeah. It's too muddy and there's nothing that's really like crisp about it. Like, and I guess that it's bad on the anti-aliasing right now. I mean, like, there is a really cool aesthetic to the Planescape stuff. Yeah, it's just not, it doesn't feel... Like, this GIF. Dude, this feels like something out of a Dr. Seuss book. The depictions of tieflings in Arcanolost are quite great. I always gotta pull up D&D stuff over on an... Oh, and go figure. Of course, I hope you all didn't see... Yeah. I've always gotta pull up D&D stuff in another window because of things like what just happened. Because let's design a human, make it 5% more alien. I mean, it has a great job of... It does a great job of just, like, feeling... What's the... Like, what do you call this? It's Seussian. It feels like a Dr. Seuss book, and I love it. I love, like, this kind of bizarre... What are you? 100%. I don't know who this NPC is. I want to put him in my campaign next week. The 2E tieflings just kind of look like tieflings. Yeah, I guess their face structure is a little bit more leaning in towards the horns being like an actual part of their skull, rather than like them just being sort of like pasted on their heads. Yeah, it does feel a little bit more fey. Yeah, but in like a not in a way that I think is so oh man, how do I put it? No, there won't be a design doc on this one. It'll be what I post over in Discord. Down. Uh-oh. Stream down. Are we good? No, the design doc, not a great way of... The design doc was not a really great and efficient way of getting the feedback or anything. And I would rather keep it under control in my community. You know? If people really, I think the people that are going to give active feedback that I can actually respond to in time, rather than it cluttering up my email, it will, if it's over in my Discord, then people like have the chance to like actively chat and I can immediately respond. Yeah. So I'm using the Discord now for that that whole process. A total Vanguard might need to be a thing for the art. That could be the Primeval Guardian. You wish Gish were more weird, something to also help with their whole Gish arcane weapon user thing, something that helps them combine their martial and spell casting. That'd be cool. I I don't know, if the race was like something that seemed a bit more bizarre, like it feels weird to say that. Gith just don't feel fantasy enough to me. And not in a like they're too sci-fi. They don't even really, I guess they feel sci-fi, but in a like oh man, what creature am I thinking of? There was like a really gross monster in some movie or TV show that was like a yellow it was like a yellow paste thing. I can't remember. And then all I really remember is that whenever the main characters killed them, they just splattered, and it was like this gross. What was this? Was it like an anime? I feel like I remember a scene where like one of them bled yellow, and I just remember seeing it and thinking like, that smells like mustard, and it just immediately made me go like, oh, okay, I'm good. And whenever I see Gith now, it makes me think of that. What am I thinking of? Oh my god, this is gonna bug me. Like Gith on Futurama. I mean, like, I think they're all right, but like, I don't know. Just nothing has ever drawn me to include Gith as like a main story beat in a campaign, or like I've never seen one and been like, I want to make a character off of that, you know. You can only think of Tremors when I say that. I want to say it was something like 80s-ish, but like, I don't know that it was live action. Oh my god, what movie is this that I'm thinking of? Alright, if anybody finds this, $20 bounty. Alright? I will PayPal you $20 if you can find what movie it is I'm thinking of, or what TV show. What was this? I just remember the scene and remember feeling like absolutely disgusted by this, like, every time they would kill one, it was like, oh god. Yeah, like that's not like a, oh, it was Sin City. No, you're right. Fenrir. No, the yellow guy from Sin City. Yeah. I think of him. Oh my god. Wow, how did you... Yeah, this is what Gith look like to me. This is what Gith feel like to me. Like, just every time I see one, oh, it just makes me think of this dude. And the way that they describe him, he stinks and all this other stuff, right? Like, oh my god. Fenrir, hit me up on Discord. You just earned $20, alright? Yes. This dude, anytime I see Gith, I think that it immediately just reminds me of this guy. I don't know why it's like always that in particular, but like I just, oh god. The exact same way when he died. Yeah, whenever he like whenever he's beating the hell out of him and it's like he's bleeding yellow and he's talking about the way that he smells, and I'm like, oh god. Oh wait, it was Jonathan Banks, the guy that played is it Mike from Breaking Bad? Can't remember his name. Your stream was a solid hour behind? Oh man. Womp womp. God, yeah, I can't go too far into this guy's art, but yeah. You hadn't joined yet, so hop on. Yeah, hit me up on Discord. I will PayPal you $20 for figuring that out. Jeez. Wow, I was really like, okay, anyways. Yeah, so anytime that I'm like, if I think of Gith, I think of the yellow dude from Sin City, and it just makes me think like, they're repulsive. Like, oh god. Where is it? Yeah, it's unfortunate, really. There's some cool ideas going on with the race, like, I mean, I don't know. It's also just felt like a little bit bland, but like I see that other version of it where the like the planescape artwork, and I'm like, ooh, ooh, this could be kind of cool. Like just this odd, I don't know, math wizard or something. Yeah. Oh man. Okay. So what do you guys want to see? What are we wanting to talk about on here right now? Because I'm trying to think of its combat loop and everything like that. Have I seen the new Gith in the Baldur's Gate game? Oh. Oh, it moves. That's a GIF. It's a GIF. um. I also just really love it whenever races are actually like setting agnostic, and the Gith just feel like they do everything they can to throw that out. Like they feel like once you have Gith in a campaign, that is very much a Forgotten Realms campaign. You can't find a Discord link? Oh, thank you so much. Awesome soul. I was about to copy it over. The thing gets killed immediately. Okay. Yeah, it won't focus on dealing damage. It's purely defense. Yep. Has anyone here ever had the urge or have a friend who wanted to play a gift? Because I have. I know that Ross really likes them quite a bit. I don't, they just don't really appeal to me. Fortitude? You want to know about Fortitude? Oh, do I think D&D Beyond should allow homebrew classes? I really want it bad, but it might open up content theft. I think if D&D Beyond does that, then the content creator that made the class... Okay, here's what I think they should do. It's not going to show any of my storefront, or right? Okay, whenever I go to the store... You know how they're selling things like this right here? Cool. Like Dice of Vecna for $5.99, whatever. Let me buy a class, add it to cart, whatever, and then split this with the content creator. Like, they want to do homebrew classes, but they cannot technically do it yet. If that's the case, there are so many other websites out there that have already done it. I know that... Okay, I know for a fact that... I guess it is public knowledge now. Oh, sorry, one sec. Okay. I know for a fact that D&D Beyond was going to do this at one point. They were in talks with Benjamin about getting the Pugilist put on here. I guess this was a while back, but it didn't move forward. I don't know exactly what happened with all that, but yes, there was a time where D&D Beyond was trying to add the pugilist to D&D Beyond. So I mean, for those of you that are like, oh, I don't know, it seems like speculation. No, they actually they have been. What they should do is definitely open up their marketplace to where, just like we sell it over on the DM's Guild, make it to where like the creator over here, if Wizards wants to take their 20% licensing fee for it, fine, go do that. Give the other 80% over to the content creator. Wizards didn't make the content. They made the license. They made the whatever. Give the rest over to the content creator. Like, yeah. It seems like the recent merger has thrown things into a jumble. I think it's a lot of confusion, but I think things are going to be going smoother. Like, I know that they're still having issues with character sheets not populating certain things, whatever. They should have access to resources now. Like, D&D Beyond should have access to resources to be able to hire on more people. Like, hire on more people. I tell you what they need more than anything else is they need people to be curating and cleaning up their homebrew section. Like, it'd be huge for D&D Beyond and all their users. I'd instantly be dropping money on their classes. I mean, if somebody comes along and makes a concept that is so universally loved that people are like, yeah, no, this just needs to be a part of the official game, why not? Why not? Is it because that money's going to go out of house? That seems pretty greedy. D&D Beyond's homebrew section is perfect. The homebrew search function is terrible. All their search stuff is terrible. Their sorting, their tagging, everything like that. I'm actually kind of convinced this website could be running at 100% efficiency like what we've all been hoping for it to do. They're just not entirely sure. I just don't think they have the manpower. Realistically. Garlic bread cleric. Yeah, no, I haven't. I actually haven't seen that. Alright, one sec. Let me send someone their bounty. Hey. Wait. Go. There you go. Thanks so much for the answer. Okay. It may take time, but I think that a couple things that they need to do for D&D Beyond right now, like something is telling me that, okay, the order in which this search function up here decides to prioritize what books it pulls information from, weird. I would way rather prefer a system where it wasn't instantly pulling up Rick and Morty for the basic rules. Like, what? So help with the grocery. Ah, well, get something good. Their search is terrible. This is probably the worst search function I've seen on. I have seen independent, like, pirate, like, SRD sites with better search tools than D&D Beyond. That is laughable. Maybe a featured function. Maybe. I think that what they should do, like, okay, looking at this right now. These are different subclasses, right? I don't know. What do I want to find? Let me get a weird. I don't know. Well, what warlocks do we got? Beer Warden, Aboleth, Absalom the Grinning, Abyss Lord, Abyssal, Actual Patron, Shia LaBeouf. Okay, so here we go. All right. This is a joke patron. Nobody, I bet you, out of the millions of D&D games that are going on, I bet you there maybe like one person actually playing this. Maybe. Looking at it. Snare, ensnaring, strike, find traps, pass without trace, erupting earth. Miso curse. Is that not? Wait. Wow. Huh. Well, you learned something new today. I thought I remembered that being on the warlock spell list for some reason. You get proficiency with battle axe, great axe, net, medium armor, and shields. Your hit point maximum increases by 1, increases by 1 when you gain a level in this class. Your combat instincts, okay. Shy as surprise. You can call on your patron to keep you from death. When you reduce your hit points, you can drop to 1 instead. Plus a bonus to hit with all melee weapons. When you kill a hostile creature with a melee attack, you gain a number of hit points equal to your strength modifier. If the attack was a critical hit, you gain twice as many hit points. Use this feature to do an execution kill. Upon using this feature, choose a creature you can see within 5 feet of you. If you have a free hand, they become grappled by you. No save. 8d8 force damage from a burst of energy from your hand. And then become stunned until the start of your next turn. Counts as a melee. Wait, what? But oh, whenever you kill it. Okay, that builds off of that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, before even talking about the balance of it, it's just like, okay, it's pretty clearly a meme, right? Like, we know it's a meme. This is a literal meme subclass right here. Should this be rated amongst actual attempts at trying to make warlock patrons? I don't feel like it should. People are going to upvote this because they know, like, it's a joke, you know, haha, yeah. But there should be a separation between those, right? And people might be like, you killjoy, whatever. It's like, really? Is it a killjoy? I'm not saying get rid of these. I'm saying sort them differently. Ones like this, there should be a tag, right? There should be somebody curating the homebrew section that's doing things like, yeah, this one's pretty clearly a joke subclass. We're going to file it away over in, like, the, you know, silly ones, whatever. Allomancer, really? Oh, yeah, okay. Mistborn, there we go. Oh. Wait, what? I mean, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense as a warlock, but, like, I dig the idea here. Yeah, okay, I don't want to get into critiquing it, but hey, cool. There's an Allomancer on there. Neat. Hello, Amelia. I thought that said actual patron Tiamat. Let's sort it by rating. The DM. Voice of the Deep. This doesn't actually sort it by its rating. That is... There were more that had like, I swear I just saw one earlier that had 2,000 points on here. But this is just additional warlock packs? Wait, what? Oh, because they can't be separated. Oh, huh. Look at you go. Oh, whoa. Let me draw one card. Oh, fun. Yeah, now I feel like I'm getting sucked into it where I'm like, okay, wait, what? The Odd Howard? The Odd... Is this a fucking Todd Howard joke? Charm person, grease, enlarge, reduce, gust of wind, blink and slow, confusion, freedom of movement, animate objects, pass wall. Secret knowledge of the geometries of worlds. Armed with this understanding, there is no mountain you cannot climb. You gain proficiency in athletics, and climbing and swimming do not cost extra movement for you. Spatial bewilderment. Your position in space becomes ambiguous. When you are targeted by a harmful effect, as a reaction, you can cause that effect to be resolved as though you were standing anywhere within 10 feet of your true position. This doesn't cause attacks and spells that target a creature to miss you, unless the chosen position is beyond their range. Though you would benefit from any cover. This is literally you are glitching out. This effect does not actually cause you to move. Oh, who spends the time to do this? Oh, I've written jokes, subclasses like this in the past just because I thought it was funny. The Reddit Hive Mind was, and I did a YouTube algorithm patron that I did as a YouTube video here. Oh yeah, no. I did back when I first started. I was like, yeah, you mean I can make my own stuff? Cool. So then I started making stuff over on D&D Beyond. Terrible stuff, by the way. But yeah, no, it's... Yeah, nobody really contributes much to D&D Beyond if they're trying to be like a homebrewer, right? This is just not... This could be the #1 place for you to get recognized as like a homebrewer. If only... Yeah, and Reddit did not like that too much. I expected Reddit to actually engage with it in some kind of meaningful way, and they did what Reddit do, you know. The amount you're smiling, make it odd, Howard kill back then. It's goofy, but it's not something that's actually meant to be, like, played, right? It's a joke. Like, yeah, and then the expectation is, yeah, you're injecting an eldritch being called the Odd Howard into my, you know. So, and that's a really, like I said, that's a really critical take on it, looking at it as more than a joke, like something that's written as a joke subclass. Some of the design's funny, right? Wait. You're immune to the frightened condition. When another creature tries to impose this condition on you, you can turn it back on them. Okay. I mean, it wouldn't... I don't think this would play out all that well, but, you know. Telluric Discord. You use an object of a huge or instantly hurled 120 feet in the direction of your choice. Okay. It's just, it's, you are literally, you are a glitch. Alright. But again, it should be sorted into like a funny or like a meme category, right? Yeah, bad experience and limiting. Yeah, you only be able to use like, it is somehow over and under moderated. I don't understand how it's like, yeah. But yeah, look, like the Arcane Help Desk or actual patron Shia LaBeouf. The Parasite could be cool. I don't know what that is. We already have, this might be a revision of the Raven Queen, I guess. The Flying Spaghetti Monster. The Final Pam. the McElroy brothers joke. Most powerful entity in all video games, the final Pam. Haha, I tell little jokes. Starting at first level, you can summon and throw a little joke, a thrown explosive landmine that deals... okay. Okay. Metal husband. Okay, look, we know that this is meant to be a joke one, right? Alright, cool. What? Okay. Someone give me another class. Someone give me another class that they think has got to have the most just ridiculous ideas for meme subclasses out there. Way of killing instant monk is still on there. Just thinking about it makes me cringe. You think? Oh, Cleric. Is it gonna be Bard? I think it's gonna be Bard. Oh yeah, up is a choice. But I think that Bard might have. Yeah, are we still streaming? Wait, rating threshold -38. Bard of all trades. Like, you see what I mean, though? They're not always, like, leaning into the idea of, like, yeah, it's supposed to be... I think you could have different tiers of it, where it's like, you know, what are the featured ones, right? The featured ones that are like, yeah, Bard is 1000% just a bunch of subclasses about trying to fuck things, yeah. You could probably sort these in a way where there's like, maybe you feature one every week, right? What is the subclass that came, or either we decided to make a pick of like one of the subclasses and bring attention to it, right? Like, yeah, the D&D Beyond homebrew community was alive for 1 to 2 years and died after all that. Yeah, but like, I've worked with guys that have some pretty big stuff here on DM's Guild. Kale Reader did the origami cantrip, like, and Kale's worked on quite a bit of stuff. College of Dance, Proficiency Acrobatics, yada yada. Yeah, here's my problem. I think people think College of Dance for a bard, and they're like, yeah, we're just gonna make it a monk. I don't know that really hits the idea, right? Like, I mean, I felt like dancing was totally merited being its own class. College of Hymns, so we have a Divine Bard in here. Wow, I'm actually impressed. They're College of Clowns, no thank you. I'm actually quite impressed that there are... we're pretty low on that. I mean, College of Metal... There's a need for... I say there's a need for... People want something like this. Devil's Bleeding Crown. I'm glad that you went with Symphony of Destruction as a feature name, alright? And there's... Okay, so there's a... This is a different kind of it's not so much that it's a joke class, it's more that it's appealing to very specific campaigns. This isn't like a general fantasy class, right? Have I seen the Clowns race on D&D Beyond, or DM's Guild? I'm good. College of the Songbird is pretty good. Soul Song Songbirds. Are you conjuring birds? Raven. Okay. Okay. Major commands as best it can. Okay. Okay, so you get a companion animal handling skill. Oh. So you double Song of Rest and you get a companion. Okay, that's cute. I don't know that that's enough to really carry it through. But, you know, I mean, it's cute. It's not going to break anything. Bonus action order to begin. Oh. 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 I think that's actually quite smart. How do you make counter charm good? Have someone else do it for you. That's not bad. That's actually pretty smart. I like that. That's pretty clever. Yeah, I do like the fact that this is building off of the Bard chassis. The bird is a backup singer. Yeah, that's adorable. Your songbird companion has inherited a small measure of your inspirational voice. 4 songbird inspiration dice. These dice are a d6. When you use your inspiration to inspire an ally, to an ally within. So you can double up on bardic inspiration dice as well, but they're only d6s. I mean, okay, bardic inspiration die is freaking strong. It only has 4. It's cute. It's cute. It doesn't have another 14th level feature. You and your songbird combine your voices to strike terror in your foes. A minor chord with your songbird by spending. If it was like, okay, minor chord. If it were like minor harmony or like dissonant, you maybe say like dissonance or I'm just trying to think more music terms here that might convey this a little bit better. A minor chord a chord is at least 3 or more notes. So like if they're saying a minor chord and there's only 2 creatures doing it, me as a musician, that's where I'm like, yeah, you can't. Not if you're singing together. You can only get 2 notes. Yeah, they're ether. Yeah. I mean, and we're kind of looking at it as I mean, slightly more critical here actually, because this one turned out to be kind of cute. Are we frightened of you for 1 minute? It doesn't say it can repeat the save. Oh, wait. Oh. On? Huh. Yeah, there's some fun ideas in here. This is something I would say is like, this is something I would say that if somebody were submitting to me for a project, I'd be like, I am very, very excited by the idea of what this could be. There's a few things we would need to trim down from it and kind of like clean up. I think you could get rid of this 14th level feature and the bard isn't going to feel any different. Well, I guess 14th level... that should get cleaned up a little bit. I don't know that this is necessary. Harmonic Inspiration is cute. Harmonic Counter Charm? That's pretty good. I actually like this quite a bit. What do I think of Pathfinder's take on Bard being an occult caster? Man, I don't... Okay. Nobody spoil anything here. Alright? I'm actually, you know what? Nobody spoil a damn thing. If you do, I time you out. Alright? What I love was... So I'm all caught up on Stranger Things. No spoilers. Anybody, all right? What I love is, I think this season more than any other time, any other season, this season, especially in the last episode, showed they are a D&D party. Like, they showed the characters that they have built out are a D&D party. I was having this talk the other day with Amanda, and yeah, I'm not going to spoil anything. The only thing that you will know is that there is a character in season 4 named Eddie. If you've already seen trailers, you already know that that's a thing, okay? But what they showed in this like last episode was they had established that everybody was playing a part as a D&D class. And what I love is Eddie is the bard. And I had no idea that it was like, oh yeah, you know, whatever. No, this whole season he's been a bard. If you have not seen the latest episode of Stranger Things, it is huge. All right, like I said, I'm not spoiling anything here. I'm very, very much watching out. I will say, this last episode has probably solidified Stranger Things for me as like one of the greatest TV shows ever. We're gonna see how they do with season 5, but you kind of fell off on the second season. Stick with it. Season 4 is some of the best TV ever, legitimately. It might start out a little bit weird, where you're like, I'm not sure really what's going on with Mike, whatever. No, it's so good. Now, the reason why I'm kind of bringing this up, Bard. I thought we were doing Vanguard. We are. Oh, yes, there is a season 5. The Duffer Brothers confirmed that. Yes, there will be a season 5. Or Duffer Brothers, yeah. That's public knowledge, so it's not like a spoiler or anything like that. So, oh man. Yeah, it is... Oh, they tweeted it? Okay, thank you. I'm not going to give any spoilers here. Nobody in chat spoil, or else you get in trouble, okay? I have no idea how they managed to wrap that show up with so much payoff, and the season with so much payoff, and still make me go, I have never felt this like, I've never seen a show wind up giving you that much payoff, but also making you feel like with everything that got resolved, the stakes are still so incredibly high. Like, oh my god. They're gonna make Stranger Things until all the kids are in college. Maybe. Knowing what I know, or okay, knowing what I'm not gonna get in spoiler territory. I'm curious what they're gonna do with that. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, if you haven't seen the newest Stranger Things, or you're not caught up on it, how many hours does it take to watch Stranger Things? If you basically did nothing but watch the show for a week, I think you could probably make it through. Oh, how funny Aria Math came on. This remix of Aria Math is using the Stranger Things arpeggio. That's funny. Every episode's an hour, so it takes you about 9 hours per season. Yeah, I would say that you could probably get it done in like a week. You could, if you were doing nothing but sitting around watching Stranger Things, you could probably get it done in like a week. But oh my god, I loved season 3. I think that season 4 is some of the best TV ever made. Legitimately. I would say before Stranger Things came out, I would say that most likely that title had to go to like Breaking Bad. But no, this season I think is pushing them pretty close to being better than Breaking Bad. I'm no lie. you were in the Stranger Things starter adventure, but you haven't watched it yet. I really at some point want to run Kids on Bikes. Kids on Bikes is I talked about this one yesterday. I really want to run this game at some point, and I want to talk with Hunters Entertainment about publishing rights or whatever. I'd love to check out their system and see whatever, but like this totally sold me on like, yeah, we can get away from just the classic sword and board fantasy for a TTRPG. Kids on Bikes is basically you are playing Stranger Things as an RPG. And it looks, from what I've heard about it, yeah, they've done expansions, right? Teens in Space, Kids on Brooms. It's basically like you are playing the Stephen King style, a bunch of kids in a small town going up against some big paranormal mystery, right? I'm so down for this. This sounds so cool. So yeah, if you're interested in like, you want to run like a Stranger Things style TTRPG, everything has told me, like, all the reviews I've seen on this one, I've got my copy of it coming in this next week. This one is, everyone's been telling me this one's great. Looks like the Year Zero engine products. I'm not familiar with them. Looks amazing aesthetic wise. They also made, and I talked about this one last night too. Wait, they did the ABCs of D&D. No joke. Oh, how cool. Outbreak Undead. Icarus, I've heard quite a bit about this game having like an incredible city building engine in it. But this game, Alice is Missing, looks... this one actually got a movie deal. So... Oh, yeah, Monster of the Week. Yeah. Monster of the Week is also a really good one, too. I haven't seen Better Call Saul now. The Blade Runner RPG. Tales from the Loop is very Stranger Things. I'll have to check some of these out. But yeah, I also got... It was funny, because I played a game with Greg Leatherman the other day, over on Nerd Immersion's channel. You know, Ted. So I picked this up because I heard like Greg made this game called Glitter Hearts, and it basically it's like a magical girl Saturday morning cartoon with like just a super gay aesthetic, and it looks great. Like, I wanted to look at this one because I know with the Zodiac, not only does this just seem fun to run, with the Zodiac leaning into some ideas of like, you know, magic girl transformation, I thought it'd be really cool to see what Greg did to tackle that. Plus Greg was just fucking hilarious. Yeah, that's Leather Hearts by Greg Leatherman. Yeah, magical. Yeah, it's a total magical girl game. You can play as a Power Ranger in there too. Simon Stalling is the creator and artist for Tales from the Loop. You haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I haven't heard him yet. Yeah, I'll check it out. Oh, let me get stretch. Okay. Oh. You kind of wanted to get into Pathfinder 2nd Edition, though a lot of its differences from D&D kind of confuse me when I try to learn it. I don't have an issue with Pathfinder as a system, but my players are not as... I don't have an issue with Pathfinder as a system, but my players know how to play D&D, and they're not as into TTRPG industry stuff, quite like people like probably you and me, right? Amanda knows how to play D&D, but like, if I was like, yeah, here's the Pathfinder core rulebook, I think we're gonna switch over, she'd probably be like, but like, can we just play D&D? Like, that's the thing, right? I've tried talking with people at my table about like, yeah, you know, we're gonna, do you guys want to try something else? And everyone's like, man, I mean, we already know how to play D&D, like, you know, plus, like, yeah, here was This is probably like the best example of one that I really tried to get my players into, and no one bit. Dungeon World, okay? I did my research. I got it tabbed up. I did all this good business, right? I guess it doesn't for sure let you know, yeah, I was reading it. No, I really tried with this game. This was not giving the hype feedback, I guess you could say, the feel goods of what my players that were playing 5e were getting. Oh, it looks sexy. Something might change your mind about that. Adam Colbill contributed to it, so yeah. Now, if you want to play a game where you're going to hit more reliably, that's there. It's like a 2d6 system. But yeah, it is like at the end of the day, my players just weren't getting the like great feeling of it's on your might try it watch. The problem I had with it was I felt like nobody felt hype like they were feeling with D&D. I felt like anytime that someone did something that was like, yeah, you succeed, it was just like, yeah, you do the thing, right? Everything is very underwhelming. And yeah. And like, no, I play D&D for the ridiculous fun moments of like, yeah, net 20, not a 7. Again. Look at that, another 7. You hit it. Yeah, it's just not for me. You're too done to learn another system every month. I don't really get how there's like... I know that there's a lot of people that are on like the TTRPG space that are like, yeah, well, why should D&D be the only one? All these other games are so good. And like, yeah, I'm sure that there are other great games out there. But like, that... Any TTRPG is going to take a bit of a tutorial to step into. So the barrier for entry is going to be an issue. And it's not people's fault for like learning D&D and then whenever they go play another game and they're like, this seems a little bit too complicated. Can we just go play 5e again? That's not their fault. Like, it's, yeah. Oh, you mostly wanted to play Pathfinder because of them having a Magus and Investigator as a class, which is something I've been wanting D&D to do since he realized Elder Snipe wasn't as cool as it could be. Yeah, Benjamin's Magus hits that note really, really well. I've never understood Investigator as its entire own class archetype. Yeah, like it... I'm just not entirely sure why it needs to be its entire own class. It seems like it fits pretty well into the rogue chassis, or like as a scholar, you know. Yeah, learning a new TTRPG is like taking a minor. Taking another minor in college. Yeah, rogue can do this. Fabula Ultima? I've never heard of it. But you know, like, and people have been like, hey Taron, why don't you check out Pathfinder? Guys, I've got, oh my god, you see it's tabbed? See, I got the core rulebook right here under my, like right here. I have checked it out. You know what else I've tried? There are TTRPGs I've checked out. Ready? You want to see another one? Ooh! Blades in the Dark. I keep hearing all this stuff about this. It's a little bit too specific for the kind of fantasy that my players want to play. Not all of them want to do a thief heist, all that. I like the idea of scenes and like you can potentially like do a rollback moment where suddenly you remember you had a thing, you prep for it, whatever. It's a little too specific of a kind of game that my players aren't really super wanting to do. Yeah, let's do this. All right. Pathfinder, I've tried it. My players didn't really bite because they already knew 5e. If I ask my players to take on like an entire new system, because I'm like, yeah, well guys, the action economy over here is a little bit better. They keep adding new classes, like official classes to it. They're always like, well, yeah, don't you already have homebrew? Can't you just write new stuff? Or like, whatever. What about all the stuff I've already written for 5e? Now I've got to port it over to Pathfinder 2e. And do whatever. Oh, God. I've already spent a lot of money on 5e books. Looking at the Pathfinder stuff, I'm basically looking at it as if, like, oh, God. Despite the fact that I love the idea of what they're doing with their cool rulebook, okay? All the character options being in here, great, awesome. You can get expansions like DLC, great. Whenever your core rulebook is like, yeah, 600 pages, but it's covering all the territory you need to know as a DM outside of monsters, right? You have all the stuff you need to know, like, to run the game right here, or to play the game right here. Awesome. Wizards, do shit like this. This is cool, alright? Yeah, now, let's go through my other Blades in the Dark, alright? I like the idea of this, but it seems to be a story built around a specific idea of moving scenes, from what I remember, rather than what feels like a fairly natural, flowing campaign, like, story idea, right? I think that this is a pretty okay idea. I think that it might achieve its concept fairly well for people that are expecting maybe this style of, you know, the heist, intrigue, all that. Yeah. I don't know that I got incredibly familiar with it to the point of me being able to say, like, I know exactly how things break down. Okay, it's a D6 system-ish. From what okay. Action roll, downtime roll, fortune roll, resistance roll. Part of me just feels like this is a system, from what I remember, this is a system that is, yes, the flashback style gameplay. Very cool. I like the idea. But it seems like this is evoking a very particular type of fantasy story that, like, my players want more general high fantasy, right? If they want to be ridiculous in D&D, it's like, boom, whatever, right? This just doesn't feel like it evokes the flavor of TTRPG that my tables are wanting. Blades are easy to get into, but yeah. This one, Glitter Hearts. I'm going to be checking it out. I literally just picked it up, like, I guess this was last week after I played the game with the designer itself. Greg seems like he's got a great sense of humor, and I can only imagine how funny this thing is going to be to go through. Magic Girl / Power Ranger / Saturday morning He-Man kind of a game where, yeah, this just seems over the top in all the best ways. I want to check it out a bit more, but it's more so, if you're not sold on that thematic alone, then it may not be the game for you. But that's without really getting deep into the system itself, okay? Now, just giving you a brief, because I get all of these questions all the time. All right. Oh my God. Okay. Because everybody keeps telling me, hey, rather than play 5e, you should check out this TTRPG instead. We're doing this, alright? Now, just so you guys can see, I have looked at other systems. I own these other systems. I have these other systems. Hey, man. Oh, yeah, 3.5 second edition. Just play the old stuff. Things were way better back then. Shut up, grognards. I'm playing 5e. Alright? It's easy. My players know it. All that good business. I've already written content for it. Some of the Thaco shit, no, I don't know. It's dumb. Why is it subtractive? It makes no sense. Bad design. There's a reason we moved away from it. Additive mathematics are so much easier for player. It's so much more. The conveyance is so much better. All right, like modern 5e, modern D&D systems absolutely nailed it on the head by moving away from THAC0. Your artwork is dog shit in the older editions. All right, your books look terrible. All right, the information is so poorly laid out. If any of the information that was in here was laid out in a way that was intuitive to where I could read through the book and understand what the hell is going on with my player, I might give it another shot. I've played every edition of D&D that we have out right now, from what I can recall. All right, I played Tomb of Horrors. I played Tomb of Horrors in AD&D. All right, back at a con 3 years ago. It was confusing as fuck. All right, if like you roll for percentile die in order to roll below a certain number in order to pass a skill check, that it's like, oh my god, no, it's confusing. If you want to keep some sort of, I don't know, feeling of, yeah, you know, we're supreme because our game is a little bit more difficult to understand, get smart, losers, whatever, get out of here. That go to hit armor class 0. It means it's a very okay. It's a subtractive system. Oh my god. Hey, Mr. Rex. All right. Now, some people have recommended, hey, we really like the old school thematics of like old school dungeon crawling, but it's just, we'll admit it's not really laid out. So, you should really check out Old School Essentials. I did check it out. It's okay. I just think that my players are going to want a lot more options than what's presented in this right here. People that want more simplistic ideas of like, part of the reason why I love making classes is because whenever people come back to me and they're like, oh my god, this class sounds sick, I feel like I can finally get the character expression across that I really want to play that 5e doesn't support or whatever, right? This feels like a step backwards where like we're removing character option expression, and like some people really want to keep things simple. Then cool, that's the game for you. I will say, in terms of all the cool stuff in the Old School Essentials, I love that basically you have like a mini DM screen on the front cover. That is sick. That is really, really cool design right there. Just all the real quick rules that you need to reference, not being in some obscure tome or whatever. All the information that would be on a DM screen is either on the front or the back cover of the book. That is genius design. I will, like, Old School Essentials 100%, like, yeah, very, very cool. All right. Now, I want to add one onto that I can't seem to find right now. It's called Torches in the Dark. Or no, wait, 5 Torches Deep. There we go. 5 Torches Deep had a really cool, just classic dungeon crawl mechanic. 5 Torches Deep was the one that introduced me to designing a dungeon off of a Rubik's Cube, which I thought was really cool. But, could I get my players into playing that? Again, the lack of character expression, okay? That would really, really hurt their buy-in for that game. Yeah. Now, here's one I picked up that I haven't really been able to check out all that much. This is Index Card RPG by Hank Infernale. Right? It's been a hot second since I took a look at this one. So, RuneSmith, that's Hank Infernale, right? Anybody know? Yada yada yada. You Runehammer Games. Yeah, Hank Infernale. Okay. So, I haven't really gotten super deep into this one. I picked it up and then it's kind of sat on my shelf. I want to check it out a little bit more at some point in the future. It looks cute, you know. I don't know how to play the system quite yet. I will just say I picked this up. I'm going to look at it at some point in the future. All right, cool. Now, Frostgrave. Very, very cool beer and pretzels type of a mass combat system that they're doing here in Frostgrave. I think that this could lead into something pretty complementary to a 5e mass combat system, but just in general, we don't have the minis or the army to really the minis for the armies to run these. But I think that this could be a really cool game, just not really a role-playing game, right? Like I said, the mass combat rules that are in here for like at least a combat of maybe 40 units on the entire table, this looks to be pretty cool for that. Fate. Here's the weird thing. The fudge dice are the things that are, I think, dissuading some people from... how do I put this? It seems like Fate has a well fleshed out system for basically generic fantasy storytelling, and the Fate fudge dice stuff that's going on with that. I think that my players are just this is so weird, right? But game feel. I think that my players are always going to prefer having like the D20s and everything rather than like using the fudge dice mechanics and all that stuff. Learning a new system like Fate just for something that may give me a bit more of a setting agnostic system. I think that 5e can be a setting agnostic system, and I just, whenever all my players already know how to play 5e and they're not like super eager to learn a new system, it seems like it could be fine. I don't know that I can give this like a comprehensive breakdown. Oh yeah, wait, you keep seeing it used over. Well, it looks a bit like the Abjuration Wizard art from the Player's Handbook as well. Fate's probably the easiest to teach new players. You think? You agree with Pathfinder 2, not Fate? Wait. You like how both Fate and Pathfinder are better than 5e despite them being on opposite sides of 5e complexity-wise? You might be able to say that for D&D, but I don't know that I would make the argument that they're just better than 5e. The idea of the Fate dice and everything, you have Fate dice, you've got these tokens. The character sheet could use some work. What I'll say is, like, this sounds pretty, I don't know, pedantic, maybe petty or something, but, like, for something that's being, if something is being promoted as, like, this is supposed to be the, like, oh yeah, this is the D&D killer, I would expect it to have a bit more polish than what this book has. And by that I mean that, like, the layout and the artwork that's in it, and then the character sheet that comes with it, are not, they're not fun to look at. Like, they're, yeah. Let me get to this. There is a general lack of polish that goes into this game that really shows on, like, I mean, there's your character sheet, right? Like, the cover looks pretty shitty. Like, it is, it's just boring, right? Now, I'm not saying to judge the game based off of the aesthetic right here, but what I will say is that it does make a difference in the perceived quality of your product if it comes out and it looks that basic, right? I couldn't tell you from looking at it, except for looking at maybe the artwork, that is this for a fantasy, like, I guess it's sci-fi fantasy general, right? It's, yeah, we're a bunch of nerds and we like pretty pictures. Anybody is going to enjoy clean layout that conveys the information really concisely. From looking at these books where it's all like black and white on the inside, there's just not really great production being put into the Fate books. Like, you know, the illustrations within it are just kind of meh. Like, very, very basic line art. And hey, the only reason I'm calling this out like this is because I get called out on this whenever I make a product, alright? So, now, there's another one I want to take a look at. Stars Without Numbers. if my players were into playing sci-fi, this is probably the setting, or this is probably the system I would start researching first. I have heard overwhelmingly good things about Stars Without Numbers. I have not been able to run it yet because, like I said, all my players, everyone's just more into generic fantasy role-playing than we are, like, space exploration. Maybe after we get through some Spelljammer, people are going to be like, hey, like, you know, yeah, we should lean into the sci-fi side of it, right? I haven't taken a look at it, mostly because I run the 2nd edition. This is the revised edition? The layout's simple, it's clean, you know? I mean, but hey, we got, oh, see? Look at that. The artwork's not like what I would call crazy high. Well, okay, the detail is really nice in there. Yeah, I mean, the layout overall is just infinitely better than what you're seeing over in the Fate system. Is this the one? The one that you want, that you were like, yeah, you should run this. You know, it does have that, like, kind of cyberpunk kind of a feel to it. I think it'll be serviceable. I haven't actually gotten into the system, like I said, but if my table was wanting to do a sci-fi campaign, that's one of the ones I would probably look up. Now, Vampire the Masquerade, that's another one I need to check out because Sarah keeps saying that it's really, really good. Because I have had somebody in my comment section screeching about this system, and apparently it's supposed to be very, very simple. Shadow of the Demon Lord. Again, just so you guys know, I mean, I'm just letting you know, it's not just that I'm only buying D&D content. I have looked at some other systems, alright? But you gotta realize, as a content creator here on YouTube, I get recommended or sent TTRPG systems like every goddamn day, alright? So, the balance is kind of off, but it's cool. You're talking about Shadow of the Demon Lords? It's fun. Art show there, pretty nice. Oh, no, the art on this one looks fantastic, yeah. Like, no, for real, this is what I mean, like, killer presentation, right? Boom. I get into it, I'm like, okay, I know. I get a good sense as to what the hell this game is going to be about, right? Okay. Great looking layout work happening in here. Magician. Alright, like, yeah, all the layout work looks fantastic in here. I think it's maybe a little bit dated, but not, like, severely dated. Oh, Theurge, Templar, Technomancer. Necromancy, magic. Like, without knowing... Okay, combat difficulty. Fudging the numbers, outnumbering the group. Oh. Huh. Well, I'll take a look because the travel system in here looks... Exploration and travel looks pretty... At least more thorough than what we got in 5e. Okay. I don't know. This might be another one that I'll check out in the future. But yeah. Thick boy. Hey, what's up, Clint? Yeah, so, for those of you that have been harping at me, Shadow of the Demon Lords, I got it. I have it. Alright? Got it. Cool. Oh. This one. Monster of the Week. I have probably been more tempted to pull my party away from D&D to play this system right here than any other system. I love this style of, like, goofy Saturday morning cartoon kind of a game. The reason why I would probably favor this over Kids on Bikes right now is because you actually get, like, your character options tell you, like, what type of... And okay, bear with me. I harped on Fate for not having the world's greatest interior, right? This one could also use some work. But at least you kind of define what your character is through something of a class system, right? And they're all very tropey, just kind of fun Saturday morning cartoon type heroes, the initiate. But like, if you were gonna play like Scooby-Doo, or like, if you were gonna play like Scooby-Doo, or like, if I was gonna run Stranger Things, I'm gonna look at Kids on Bikes and see like, okay, is that the system, or is Monster of the Week still reigning supreme? This is a really, really cute system. If you're looking at getting away from like just the classic fantasy, this could be a pretty fun break from it. Bait is great, no need to throw so much shade. I'm not trying to throw any shade. I'm trying to find a reason to get into it other than like, there's just no Fate doesn't seem to have any sex appeal to it. All right. Like, if I'm looking at your book, if I'm looking at your product, or I'm hearing about your system, and like, I'm just not drawn in by anything I'm hearing, like, you know what I mean? It's like, look, your mom might say this is going to be the best meal you're ever going to eat, but if it smells like there's shit coming out of the kitchen, how much are you going to trust her? You know? Okay, this is another one I heard about that I thought sounded cool in concept. I did take a brief look at it from what I remember. Ironsworn. It is okay, and can remind me if I'm wrong. This is strictly a solo RPG, right? Oh yeah, if you're going to convince a DM and a lot of players to switch to a game, you need a lot of hype for sure. Yeah, I need a lot more than just hearing people say, no, it's a good system, for me to spend $30 on a book that doesn't even look good on my shelf. It is solo. Yeah, okay. Oh, you can play it with multiple players. All right. But yeah, so I picked this one up actually during the pandemic because this is the one I was hearing was like, yeah, if you're going to do the solo RPG, this is the way to go with it. I remember getting a little bit through it, and feeling a little confused, but you know, I don't know if playing an RPG solo is really giving me the, yeah, it's an OGM system. I don't know if playing this one is going to be super for me. I just don't know that like playing it solo is, if playing a game solo is the kind of thing that I really want out of an RPG experience, I guess. I do love having the interaction going on between me and my buddies while we're doing an RPG, so yeah. But I'll at least mention it here. This is the solo RPG that people were recommending me highest whenever pandemic was kind of going on, and I was like, it'd be fun to get some D&D feel out of it, right? Ironsworn gets Ironsworn. What are you doing? Don't say playing with yourself. Don't say playing with yourself. Yeah. So, all right. In brief, the only reason I brought these out and did this whole side was because I have so many people that are asking, like, have you seen this? Have you checked this one out? Have you seen this one? I get asked all the time, and I've checked out some other systems. I also don't think it's really reasonable to expect somebody to sift through. I'm sorry. Here, let's get through this. Let me show you guys. I don't think it's really reasonable to tell somebody they need to go through all this material right here to find a different RPG. Because, like, here's the deal, all right? 5e, generally, as a system, and I'm not talking about D&D, 5e as a game is really easy for players to just hop in and go with, all right? Like, really, really easy. I can tell a person, basically, as they are playing the game, what they need to do. There are other systems that are in here that don't feel quite as easy to just pop in and be like, hey, all right, I'm learning as we play. Like, whatever. There are also plenty of these systems that just don't hit the right narrative beat, right? Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Whenever people say, like, you need to learn this game to understand why my problems are with 5e. You need to... If you went and go bought this book or this book, no, shut up. I don't care. I don't care. I'm playing D&D. I write for D&D. I design for D&D. Shut up. Thank you. Now, Jesus, I put a lot of money into researching, writing TTRPGs. I've had a lot of people recommend me systems. I have tried legitimately to take a look into these systems. There are ones that I can pull some ideas from and all that stuff. But my players and I, whenever we get together, we know we don't have to buy another book for another system that we don't know whether or not we will like or not. All right? Oh, God. Yeah, like, this is the most fucking obnoxious thing whenever it comes to being a D&D content creator, is I can levy one issue with the game, and then I have a million people that are in my comment sections going, this is why I switched to Pathfinder. Like, oh my God, stop it. I swat you guys down like mosquitoes. Jesus Christ. I get it. You really like Pathfinder. I've checked it out. I get it, okay? I'm not saying it's a bad system. I prefer the system that my players already know how to run. And I am not going to ask a bunch of 32 fucking year old adults to go out and buy another book, sit down and make another character in another system to play a game that we don't even know is going to make it past the first session. That, hey, scheduling conflicts are a thing. Like, I don't know what these mystery groups are that have all the time in the world to try out 80 different TTRPGs, and they're like, yeah, that's the one we want to settle on. I don't know where these groups exist. My only theory is that these are people who are either like, oh, you know, some Pathfinder influencers that are trying to put it into the constant complaining. Good, because it makes all Pathfinder fans look like a bunch of bitches. Like, for real. Really, any of you Pathfinder fans that keep going over whenever people are talking about an issue going on with D&D and you're like, a Pathfinder does this better, you look like a bitch. Stop it. All right? That's the clip right there. Oh man, Pathfinder fans, stop being bitches in every other TTRPG community. God. It's not a good look. It's not. You'd have a lot more people that were flocking to your game, that were willing to try it out, if you weren't spending so much time using other people talking about like, you know, I've got this issue or whatever, or like, man, it'd be fun to do this in D&D, and then you go, hey, you can do that in Pathfinder. And I'm like, oh my God, shut the fuck up. It's so obnoxious. No Nat One's made a great video about this? No, I have not seen it. I do like No Nat One's videos. Even though I don't play Pathfinder, No Nat One's has clearly got a good head on his shoulders. Tell me more about it. Does he look like a bitch? Yeah, Pathfinder, just, oh my God. His thumbnail says stop it. There you go. The Pathfinder. Yeah, and they're like, actually, races are better in Pathfinder. Gee, what? Oh, he did a response to Tiki Toy, huh? Alright. Stop it. Alright, hang on. Oh, no. Okay, this is for sure getting clipped. I'm telling you what, Pathfinder fans that are out there that do the thing where you go into other, like, TTRPG communities and you spend all your time, like, trying to convince people to play Pathfinder instead of the thing they are talking about, you look like idiots, alright? I opened up a Pathfinder channel over on my Discord because, yes, People are interested in talking about the game. I even think it's interesting to talk about Pathfinder from time to time. There are some great ideas happening in their system. But the answer to, we might have an issue with this system over here, is not play Pathfinder instead. Like, you all seem, oh my god. So, and I already know that it, whenever this gets clipped and becomes its own VOD, I know exactly what every fucking comment is going to be down there, alright? But, today, in this part at least, No Not Ones. This guy is basically like the, he is like a up and coming, if not like kind of like the Pathfinder go-to channel. I've seen, and actually I talked with No Not Ones on Twitter briefly. Seems like a great channel overall. I will use this time to say you should, if you're interested in TTRPG stuff overall, go give him a sub, alright? Now, even if you're not interested in Pathfinder, guy seems to put out good content, alright? So, I have not seen this video yet, but if this is in regards to the way that the Pathfinder community conducts themselves in the TTRPG space, this is going to be great, alright? Hang on one sec. Let me turn this up over here. I have not seen this video.
This is also a video I hoped I wouldn't have to make, but a lot of you have made it clear that you don't understand. There has been a lot of toxicity going around in the Pathfinder community and beyond, and that's what I'm here to talk about today. You yourself might not even realize you're committing to this toxic behavior, and so I'm here to—
I have become a Reactuber. Shut up. This is content, alright? Now, me as somebody who is very, very involved in the D&D scene, who is a content creator that has to deal with these Pathfinder fans showing up constantly in my comment sections. Oh, I know you are. Don't worry about it. Now, with Pathfinder fans constantly coming into my comment sections, or going so far as to show up either like in my emails about, I wish you would like start talking about this game instead rather than bitching about bitching about D&D. I don't get Pathfinder fans. It's like, well, really, I mean, and this isn't just Pathfinder fans too. Pathfinder fans are the worst about this for sure, because I feel like they will always, they're living with this, like, they're living in this world where they feel like every one of them is a redheaded stepchild, right? Where like, no matter what, the game that we like more than D&D is not getting the same attention as D&D. Yeah. Why are you making an alchemist in D&D and not playing the alchemist in Pathfinder? Because the alchemist over there isn't fantastic, all right? Even some of Pathfinder's top content creators have talked about design issues going on with that alchemist, all right? I know. I looked into it, all right? Now, my players, as much as I've tried talking with them in the past about switching over to Pathfinder, they don't want to. They know the system of 5e. They don't want to, all right? So, one of the other guys, his name is Peter Adolfson. He is the president of OK Gamers. He has brought me on to talk at panels at different conventions or run D&D 5e for those conventions, whatever. Peter, great guy. Pathfinder fan. We've talked several times in the past just kind of about the system or whatever, but at least with Peter, the conversations I've had with him have been completely positive, absolutely productive, and you know what? In many ways, he has made me more curious about looking at that game and taking it seriously in terms of, in terms of a real substitute for if D&D is no longer serviceable, okay? So, guys, you attract a lot more, you attract a lot more, what is it, flies with honey than vinegar, right? Pathfinder fans, whenever you go into other people's communities and you're saying like, your thing sucks, come play Pathfinder, that's spit and vinegar, all right?
Here to hopefully bring light to it. I want to emphasize, none of this is me saying I am holier than thou, none of this is me saying you're even necessarily wrong in your belief, but I am here to tell you that the way you're going about it is incredibly disrespectful and wrong. So if you take offense to this or feel like I'm insulting you in some way, I'm not. That is 100% not my intent, and I'm sorry if you take it that way. Stop telling people to play Pathfinder instead. You are not doing the system any favors, you are not doing the community any favors, and you're not doing the target any favors.
Okay, see? I'm telling you, this is not, it's not like just something that I'm like, if other content creators are out here talking about how bad of an issue this is with the Pathfinder community, this is a real issue. It's not just the kind of thing where we're like, oh, whatever, yeah, play Pathfinder, whatever. No, it is overwhelmingly an issue with Pathfinder players, who, whenever, and I don't know why, I think it's because, again, most likely they're feeling like they're living in the shadow of another system that's gotten a lot more fame that they just don't think maybe really deserves that fame in some way, right? They are notorious for going into the comment sections and communities of other TTRPG systems and just constantly spouting, Pathfinder does this better. I don't know if it's a fucking meme, but it's real annoying. And the fact that like every Pathfinder content creator has had to say something about like, guys, you're making this game worse just by your involvement. Like, yeah, this you have to realize this is a big issue with the Pathfinder crowd.
I've talked to multiple D&D content creators and seen their tweets commenting on how sick they are of hearing people say, oh, you wish for a better action economy in 5e? Why not just play Pathfinder? Do you realize how pompous that sounds?
Okay, here's the deal. Pathfinder has a decent action economy. It's really cool. It's fairly simple and all that other stuff. Great, whatever. The complexity involved with designing a character over in that system is going to push away players that once they see 5e and it's very intuitive to understand, I take this class, I get this subclass, my ability scores go up. Great. I don't have to navigate throughout the book to find this feat right here, pull it over here to make this. Some people love that idea. Okay? But there are plenty of players, and I would say the majority of gamers, I guess we'll say, whatever, people that are interested in checking out a game are not looking for that layer of complexity. That is something that TTRPG enthusiasts are looking for, okay? At the most part, TTRPG enthusiasts are looking for. I would say 9 times out of 10, if I am trying brand new to TTRPGs, what systems am I going to throw at them? Most likely, Pathfinder is not on that list. It is like way lower down. You might say that there's a lot more character complexity and expression that you can get out of Pathfinder. I mean, just seems to hit all the notes just fine. Yeah. Now, I will say the edge that Pathfinder has above D&D, at least in the current moment, is the fact that D&D has not added new classes other than the Artificer in almost double. Nah, I wouldn't say double the lifetime of Pathfinder 2nd edition. What is it like? They've had more time, right? Pathfinder comes out with new classes all the time, and yet this is an issue of Wizards of the Coast, not D&D. All right. I don't have to play Pathfinder to go and play a Magus. Somebody homebrewed it. All right. Now, I wish that they would make this shit official, but, that's just a wish, right? The idea of additional classes being into the game isn't a draw intrinsically for me for Pathfinder. Like, it's just not. I can either design it or I can find somebody else who's designed it right there and find other ideas, right? I am not beholden as a player to deal with a DM that doesn't allow homebrew at their tables. I can go find another DM that's just fine with it or do whatever, right? You as a player can have an easy time finding another D&D 5e table, all right? Now, you Pathfinder fans, you gotta recognize that your system has a pretty high barrier for entry. It does, all right? Hey. Oh, are you? Okay, we're reacting and kind of kind of snapping at the Pathfinder community.
Oh.
Yeah, hang on. I'll back this up a little bit so you understand kind of the context of what's going on.
Okay.
Not my intent, and I'm sorry if you take it that way. Stop telling people to play Pathfinder instead. You are not doing the system any favors, you are not doing the community any favors, and you're not doing the target any favors. I've talked to multiple D&D content creators and seen their tweets commenting on how sick they are of hearing people say, oh, you wish for a better action economy in 5e? Why not just play Pathfinder? Do you realize how pompous that sounds and how...
Well, have you tried this strain?
Oh my god, right? Oh my god, Pathfinder fans are fucking potheads! Oh my god, that's too funny! Yeah, dude, wait, are you sure? Like, maybe you just haven't smoked the right stuff yet.
Yeah, oh, well, have you tried an edible
Yeah,
maybe have you tried this oil? Oh, but have you tried these terpenes? Don't get me wrong.
What do you mean you get anxious whenever you smoke weed? You just haven't had the right strain. What do you smoke, a sativa? Man, you should try an indica. How about this purple punch? Yep. Like, oh my god.
Like, I said no.
No.
And that's exactly how they are. They're like, oh, well, this instead. And you're like, no.
No, yeah. Pathfinder heads are... Okay, wow, that is too on the nose. That is too good. Yeah, you haven't gotten the right strain, man.
You just haven't played the right RPG, man.
Oh my god. Holy shit. That... Oh my god, that is too funny.
How much that makes them not want to play Pathfinder. And don't worry, I understand where you are coming from. You think, hey, I'm gonna type one comment and tell this person, hey, you should play Pathfinder. And in a vacuum, it's innocuous enough. The problem comes when 1,000 people all comment the exact same thing on the same video. Hey, you should play Pathfinder instead. Don't you know this is in Pathfinder? You wouldn't have this problem if you were playing Pathfinder. Wow, you're playing a bad system. Play Pathfinder. Stop it! They're really getting sick of it. And honestly, I am too. I see it all over Reddit, Twitter, YouTube, commenting on random people's posts, just venting a complaint they had about their last session, and someone slides in with, have you considered changing systems and learning it completely new and abandoning the system you love 99.9% of to fix this one problem?
Oh my god, this is... Okay, yes, if you're in the Pathfinder community and you're watching my channel right now, hey, I am a homebrew designer that makes class designs for D&D 5e. I have been hit up multiple times by people in the Pathfinder community about converting my work, converting the work that I have on the DM's Guild over to Pathfinder 2nd Edition. I am aware. I am aware of your fucking game. All right. It would require. It would. You really think that somebody? Wait. Let's go through a normal ass strain of logic. Okay. Let's say this. I am a TTRPG content creator, very, very enthusiastic about it, and I am making a whole lot of content. What's he doing? Oh. And I'm making a whole lot of content talking about TTRPGs, right? And in my system, I really like talking about my games, whatever, you know. I get on there and I'm like, yeah, you know, there was a one time my party TPK'd at this encounter with a bunch of shadows. They just weren't really expecting, you know, the strength you're in or whatever. And then you get someone who goes, hey, that doesn't happen in Pathfinder. That doesn't happen in Pathfinder. Like, oh my god. No, that person is talking about a story that was going on. Like, oh my god. It is just, it's not, here's the thing. I get this about Pathfinder. I get this only about Pathfinder. I don't get someone... He's making you uncomfortable right now? Really? He's putting me at ease. All right. No, they're talking about the look that he's got on his face.
Oh. He's saying, hey, baby.
Yeah, hey, how's it going? Now, see, this right here is how you get people into Pathfinder. Am I right? Now, I don't have anybody else coming into my comment sections that's like, hey, Deadlands, and this wouldn't happen if you were playing Deadlands. This wouldn't have happened if you were playing Glitter Hearts, Blades in the Dark, Shadow. Why is this a Pathfinder problem? Why?
Have you heard of Pathfinder?
Oh, God.
Theatrics aside, it's not just content creators who are getting sick of this. It's people. I have heard stories of people who are like, man, my friends won't play Pathfinder with me. And I'm like, well, what have you done? And they're like, I've just like brought it up every time we get together, or like we're playing in a session, and if Pathfinder would do something better, I tend to mention that. I'm like, that's part of the problem.
Yep.
You will not convince someone of something by hammering it in over and over again. If someone has said no, and you continue talking, they're not gonna...
Yeah, it wouldn't happen if you were playing Thirsty Sword Lesbians. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, Morkborg doesn't have this problem.
Change their answer. In fact, it's going to get annoying when they say, no, I like playing D&D 5e or Fate Core, and you say, but wait, but what about this? But what about that?
Oh my
You're
god.
not helping your case. If a person is interested in...
It's because I think that Pathfinder fans think that they are on the very verge of, like, being the most popular, or like, I think that they've had a hard time maybe finding Pathfinder games, and that's the system that they prefer. And the fact that they're
like, someone please play.
yeah, for all the times that like maybe Pathfinder fans have been telling other people like, hey, why don't you play Pathfinder? Maybe the thing they've been told is like, yeah, dude, why not just play D&D? Like, you mean I'd have? Why would I want to play that if I could just play D&D? So like, that's the best I can do to sympathize with them. Otherwise, I'm looking at them and I'm like, why are you envious about another game's success? Like, the fact that other people enjoy doing something other than you,
Right?
why is it that you feel the need to go into their comment sections all the goddamn time? Like, oh my god.
Trying out a system like Pathfinder 2e, they will either do it on their own, or they might agree after your first question. If you ask, how about we try Pathfinder 2e next campaign? And they go, no, I'm not really interested. Drop it.
Yeah.
Don't keep trying to say, well, it has a cool action economy. Well, it's got cool class options.
Yeah.
Well, no, stop with the well. You're just being annoying.
Yep.
Like, and you know, I'm usually an incredibly positive force here on this channel. I don't like making negative videos like this. Even my video last week about the drama was like very unbiased. But there's no reason not to be biased here, because what you are doing is intrinsically harmful not only to the target, not only to the system, but to the reputation of the Pathfinder 2e community.
Yeah. Okay, for real, everybody, and I mean everybody, like any of the big TTRPG content creators out there, we are very much aware of what Pathfinder comments are like. This is a thing that Pathfinder fans do. This isn't like oh, he's noticed this thing, he's making a big deal out of it or whatever. No, Pathfinder has got quite a bit of fans that are just like obsessed with like, I don't, is it like, do you think you're spreading the good word or what? Like, no, you guys look like a bunch of Jehovah's Witnesses going up and banging on the door of every goddamn content creator, just like, oh, excuse me, sir. Have you heard of our good Lord and Savior Paizo? Pathfinder! It's obnoxious.
So many people I've talked to for the first time, and they'll say, oh, you play Pathfinder 2e? You mean the one with the toxic fan base? And I don't want the game to be known for this, because the game is fantastic. It's such a well-designed system, but because the people who are playing it are constantly talking about how great it is, it doesn't seem that great. Now, let me take a step back. This is not the majority of you. This is a small percentage of Pathfinder players who feel the need to yell and validate their decisions.
Fair.
And I know the first argument they always bring up is, well, D&D people have been making fun of us for playing Pathfinder for years. Who cares? Let them be the smaller person and you be the bigger one.
Have we, though? Have people been making fun of Pathfinder players for playing Pathfinder?
Literally who?
I don't, yeah, I'm like, I don't, you play Pathfinder? Cool. I don't care. Like, I don't care. Okay, if you got a couple of assholes that are making fun of you for, like, for playing Pathfinder or whatever, they're being assholes, alright? But, like, I just don't, this is not the kind of reaction that I have ever heard in all my time as like being a content creator, all my time as being a content creator specifically for D&D, right? I have never witnessed, I cannot say that I have witnessed a Pathfinder fan getting harassment or anything in my community. Yeah, I've never heard anyone try to throw shade at Pathfinder, right? Even if I'm like, it's something that's not for me, that's not throwing shade. That's me telling you, hey, this thing tastes like pineapple. I don't like pineapple. Like, that's all it is, all right? And, like, you don't have to do the whole, like, staunch defender thing of, let me convince you why you should like pineapple. Let me pour more pineapple down your throat. No, that's not, like, oh, man. You don't, this is not a thing that I think, how do I put this? Like, I cannot make the objective statement that this does not happen. I know that there is a world where...
Of course not.
I know that there have been situations in which some idiot has made fun of a Pathfinder fan because they play Pathfinder, and in reality, I'm over here like, who the fuck cares? Like, like, why is that such a big deal to you?
More often than not.
Congrats, you play D&D. You're the bigger nerd.
Right?
Like, like, what contest are you winning?
I feel like a lot of people who were bullied for the things that we did, that we liked, that other people, they in turn do it to other nerds. You know what I mean? I'm like, you're doing the same thing that you hated to other people, except you're weirdly gay.
Well, and there's quite a bit of that in, I've had to knock it out whenever I've seen, like, some people say, oh, well, because of, like, Avengers now, it's popular to be a nerd, and that makes me feel... Yeah, and I've been like, you know what makes me so happy is that kids that are growing up now can enjoy things like Dungeons and Dragons without, number one, getting bullied, number two, being called a fucking Satanist.
You know what? All of you people who were upset about it, well, I was bullied, you know what you sound like? A fucking boomer.
Yeah.
That's what you sound like.
It's
just because somebody else has it easier, that's what we struggled for.
Yeah. we wanted to open these tables up to more people.
Yes.
The more and more that you are like the face when you're taking your sister. Yeah.
If someone bullies you, you don't bully them back. That's not how a fight is resolved. That's how you get a fight. So I don't care what people have said in the past. I don't care if people have not converted to Pathfinder and that makes you angry. It shouldn't. Let them play the game they want. Because guess what? They're letting you play the game you want. Somewhat off topic, I'm very sick of seeing people make generalizations about a person based on what game they enjoy. And this isn't just the Pathfinder community. I'm sick of people saying, oh, you're a Pathfinder player? Guess you like math and not roleplay. Oh, you play D&D? Guess you're an idiot who can't handle it. Oh, you play Call of Cthulhu? Okay, yeah, no, everybody likes you. That's a really great game. I literally get comments saying, oh, wow, this drama happened? Well, of course it did, because it's based around 5th edition. Like, what does that mean? You are making generalizations about entire swaths of people just based on the role-playing game rule set they like to play, which literally ends up telling almost the same story as yours.
Okay, here's the thing. And I've been guilty about this, and I've rephrased my my line of thinking, or I've tried to rephrase my rhetoric, or rethink it, I guess you could say, in regards to the way that I discuss the OSR groups, old school, like revival, yeah. OSR groups have a big issue with Nazis and white supremacists in their scene, and all these guys that are like, oh, well, D&D's going woke because simply they won't show a woman with her tits out on a cover, right? Because they are changing the that pause space though. Simply because D&D is doing things like, hey, we're going to not hypersexualize women in the art anymore.
Thank you.
It doesn't mean that they won't have artwork of some women that are sexualized, because that is probably an aspect of their character. Like, okay, someone's playing a dancer.
Right, we can be sexy if we want, but that's not all we are.
Yeah, it's not... the problem isn't that women are... okay, whoa, I almost stepped into a bad line there. The problem isn't that any person is being conveyed with sexualization. The problem is that it was every single piece of artwork about a woman had to convey something about her sexuality, or like she had to be showing skin, cleavage, her ass, something like that. This is also a thing that, boy, I tell you what, sometime in the next 5 years, the anime community is really gonna have to deal with, because it's getting pretty bad. Like, it's getting, I mean, fan service was already pretty rough in the anime community. Boy, they are playing real risky. Except Spy Family, because Spy Family's perfect, alright? If anything, they can sexualize the mom more, alright? Yeah, the answer is to sexualize everyone equally. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I want to see some dick cleavage. Oh, man.
Not the same story exactly, but there's a lot of crossover between Pathfinder and D&D campaigns. I just don't want this amazing game with an amazing supportive community to be known as the one that lashes out against other communities because they're not part of yours. I have seen such amazing, such uplifting people on Twitter, on YouTube, on Reddit, like just complimenting each other, helping people learn the system. So let's focus on that, can we? Focus on helping the people who want to play the game. Because guess what? If they have a great experience entering the community, they'll tell more people. And it's going to mean a lot more if Joe's friend tries Pathfinder and tells him, yeah, it was really good, than if you go up to Joe for the 8th time and say, have you tried playing Pathfinder? Reconsider it. Play my game! I'm getting heated, but it's just because this is really important to me. The reputation of a community is so important because a lot of people call these communities home and family, and that might not be for you. That's fine. You don't have to call us family or whatever, you know? But respect those who do, and don't tarnish the entire name of the game just because you want Ginny D to play Pathfinder.
Oh, God.
She doesn't have to play Pathfinder. She can play it if she wants to. Otherwise, who cares? I was honestly going to add like a comedic bit to the end of this video of like 5 funny ways to get your friends to play Pathfinder. But honestly, I don't even want to mix the message. This is serious. And I think it should be taken seriously. So sorry this video isn't funny, but hopefully it at least opens some of your eyes. Because I guarantee there's a lot of you out there who don't realize you're doing it. You're just commenting, hey, you might not have this problem if you play Pathfinder 2e, period. End. That's your inflection. You're not trying to be rude. But if you are the 75th comment in a row that typed something similar, it comes across as, you might not have this problem if you played Pathfinder 2 instead. A lot is lost in translation of text, and when something is said in bulk, it very quickly looks like an angry mob who is making fun of someone.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like, oh man, like if I'm driving down the road and I run out of gas, I'm like, damn it, all right, I gotta go to the gas station. Someone passes you by and you're like, hey man, do you mind giving me a ride to the gas station? And they're like, oh man, why don't you buy a new car? This is what it sounds like. If I levy an issue with like what's going on in the TTRPG I prefer to play, and your answer is, why not learn my system? I'm like, I seriously wonder if that came through the microphone. Apollo was scratching himself and he just farted like.
But like as each scratch.
So, like, it's legitimately like someone has a flat tire and you tell them to buy a new car. This is what Pathfinder fans sound like. All right, like, I think Pathfinder fans talk like the game is perfect without issues and the toxicity everywhere. My version of 5e build philosophy turns me off. Yeah, I mean, again, it's the build complexity going on with like characters over in Pathfinder that like, I just think there's a bit more elegance to it with 5e, and you know, why players have an easier time with it. Like, if I ask you, hey Amanda, I really want to play a new game this weekend. Here's this new rulebook. We got a game in like 3 days.
Oh my god. 3 days?
Yeah. Or like, let's say this next weekend or something. Yeah, we're going to play. Let's say this next weekend, we got a new game that we're going to play. Here's the rulebook to it. Make a character.
What about our other game?
Well, yeah, but that's what this is what I'm saying. Like, we already have a D&D game going on that people are having plenty of fun with.
Yeah, I would really wonder why we're doing that all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Because I was enjoying playing my other game.
And we go, well, I like the action economy in this one better than that one.
I don't want to do a
Yeah.
thing.
Like, here's the deal, is like, there's another aspect of this that some of these people aren't really thinking of, and it's that sudden change. Like, that sudden change can actually make players just feel like, wow, I don't really have faith in, number one, maybe your ability to run the game anymore. Some people may not, they may decide, you know what, I don't want to show up anymore. It was already having scheduling conflicts. I'm good. Like, I'm out. And I think that quite a lot of people who are maybe levying this idea of like, yeah, just switch to Pathfinder, aren't taking into consideration that these are people with like real lives and real jobs. So, you know, I don't know, just because you have time to like sit down and read through an entire TTRPG and understand it in 3 days doesn't mean that any of that person's players will. It's a really stupid piece of advice.
And it doesn't mean they're even going to enjoy it anymore once they learn it.
Yeah.
We're not conforming to their ideals. So take a breath before you comment telling someone to play Pathfinder. First edition, second edition, I don't even care what game it is. If you play D&D, take a minute before you say, why don't you just play this game? If you play Call of Cthulhu, don't tell people to play it because it's a better game. There's no such thing as a better game. There's just different games.
That's also fair. I haven't heard anybody comment saying like, you should just play Call of Cthulhu. I think they're too busy just obsessively playing Call of Cthulhu because it's a good game.
I've said it before, and I will say it until the day I die. The best system is the one your table enjoys playing. If you're all having fun, that's the best system for you. The end. A quick little addendum here at the end as well. I don't think you mean harm by this, but please stop with the jokes. I use jokes in quotations. Every time I talk about 5e, or every time I post something on Twitter, I always get a comment being like, yeah, they can play what they want, but we still know we're the best system.
Oh
Stop
my
it.
God.
It's not funny. It just makes you look pig-headed, like you're talking about these people.
No, it makes you look like a... He might not say it here because he wants to, you know, keep it all nice and PG for his channel over here. It makes you look like a bitch. It makes you look like a bitch whenever you're over here. Yeah, it's not... Yeah, I play the best system, Settlers of Catan. Fucking based. Oh, man.
I'll give you 2 sheep for that stone.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I'll give you 2 sheep for that stone. Oh, shit. All right, no net ones. Please go sub to his channel. Even if you're not into Pathfinder, the guy just puts out good content and deserves the support. Plus, a very, very positive, as you all can probably tell, impact on the TTRPG community. Monkey Corpse Life? What? Okay, so I think with that, I'm going to wrap it up because I've been streaming for about 5 hours. I need to pee yet again. I enjoyed having you all here. The Vanguard is coming along. I'm getting sniffles. Hang on. Be so happy I mute that microphone every time. So it's weird to notice someone's canines, but his are sharp. So anyways, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go hang out with this couch gremlin. They can't see you. Chat's covering you up.
They can't.
No, you just look like a disembodied arm right now. It's spooky, guys.
Chat's coming alive. It's growing up.
Oh no. Hey, huge shout out to my Patreon sponsors. Thank you all so much for helping keep the lights on around here. Coffee in my blood. You all are absolute heroes. And hey, you want a pure Amanda stream? It's all yours.
Oh boy. Oh, I wasn't dressed for this. Oh my gosh. Well, maybe. I just washed my hair. I'm a clean human now. Hello everyone. Oh, how's it going? What's everyone up to? I know it takes a second for you guys to feel that. Hi. We're about to start all the stupid fireworks, and thankfully it's not been as bad this year, so that's nice. Hello, hello, hello. I know, he's pretty trusting, eh? Yeah, he's just gonna let me have it. Just hanging out. That's pretty much what I've been doing all day. Oh my god, stop. Thank you.
What?
They said I look like Robin from Stranger Things.
Oh, hey-o.
Oh my god, I will take it. Quick, do crimes. Is there a crime I can quickly commit right now?
Nothing
That's
that wouldn't get me
technically...
picked up.
It's technically a crime? I don't have... In Oklahoma, apparently it's illegal to shoot a whale from your car, even though there isn't even... We're landlocked, so...
Maybe it's because of the Claremore whale?
I have no idea. Okay, we'll go pee then. Ooh, favorite 5e class that's not Taron's? Probably Sorceress. Yeah, probably Sorceress. I just really love, like, I don't know. I think it's cool to have a patron. I think it's cool to have spells that way. Let's see. Single firework for Canada Day. Oh, Canada Day. Interesting. I need to, like, what is Canada Day? I don't know anything about that. It's probably the most wholesome day ever. Yeah, I know. The actual 4th is... We'll see. We'll see how bad the fireworks are. Last night they were shooting them off until like 1:30 in the morning. Seriously.
I heard them at 4.
4 this morning?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Pirate one like classes.
Well, it's only illegal if... Here anyway, it's only illegal if you don't have a card. Zoos?
Wait, what? What was going on?
They said, is smoking weed illegal? You can do that.
What were they asking about Warlock?
Oh, they asked... No, Sorceress. They asked what my favorite class was, 5e. And
Yeah.
I said the one that's said, well, favorite that's not Taron's is Sorceress.
The one? Why are they asking about patrons?
Oh, I got them confused because I said patron. I got them confused. Sorry, I played a Warlock and Sorceress combined, so I got the patron mixed up.
Sorlock, we call it.
A Sorlock. I was a Sorlock. Yeah. Yeah, no, seriously. More like impressive. The least favorite character you have played? Well, that would have been my ranger. Wait, hunter? What was she?
Ranger.
A ranger. It was my very first D&D character ever, and so for that, I will love her forever, but yeah, I was just new to playing D&D, and I was trying to play something that wasn't just me. I was trying to like be somebody else, and all it came across was as a bitch. So but apparently I could do that kind of well, because there would be sessions where afterward Taron's like, are you upset at me?
Are you mad at me?
And I'm like, no, my character was mad at your character, but that has nothing to do with me and you.
Can I show you this?
What did you show me? What? Oh.
Yeah, right.
Oh, beefcake. Hand too big? Maybe a little bit, but only...
No.
Well, not if it's coming forward.
Hand not too big. Hand big good.
Oh, okay.
Hand big good. He be big man.
I just meant in terms of, like, proportion.
No, big hand.
Okay.
Big hand, no, yes.
Big hand, good. Big hand, good. I like the keyhole going on in his crotch.
I thought about it. I was like, did you do a Nick keyhole?
Is there something to unlock over there? Oh, I like the dragon on the shield.
Yeah. I told him I wanted
Oh, it's amazing.
More of a like 45 degree angle pose where it's like kind of charging
Oh,
forward, you know?
for sure.
Oh,
and I
shit!
like the armor piece on the side for like face protection. That's cool.
Which one?
Am I a Coffee Lock fan?
Oh, I don't think she knows about Coffee Lock.
I don't, but I love coffee, so... What?
No, it's just, there's a way that you can like kind of infinitely somewhat regenerate spell slots using Sorcerer Warlock. But it revolves around exhausting yourself, so they call it Coffee Lock.
Well, we don't work tomorrow just because the bar that I work at is closed on Mondays, and he does this, so no, we don't have to work tomorrow.
No, wait, I have to work on Tuesday. Never mind. I gotta go play Shrek.
They do go hard with the fireworks. It's really dumb. They do it for like anything they can. Almost every Friday at the baseball stadium, not like 2 blocks from where I work, they do fireworks. Hi.
Hi. I'm going to take you off here.
Oh, okay. I have to finish reading. What? Oh, but yeah, Rangers sucked. I hated playing it. It didn't feel good. It didn't feel good. And I was always so afraid to send in my wolf because I didn't want her to die. Yeah.
Yeah, she played Beastmaster. Old Beastmaster, no errata. Who in Shrek is Taron playing? I'm not, no, I'm...
He's playing the guitar. And I mean actually playing the guitar. He's not going to be a guitar with legs on stage.
Is there one of those in Shrek?
No, not that I know of, but I wanted to be precise.
Well,
SCP-005, which one's that? Oh, I'm sorry I have work tomorrow. That's stupid.
wait, how many people do we have over on Twitch right now? Because I need to figure out who we're sending you all to. Wait, who's live right now?
Oh, God, what town do you live in? 5 days and 5 nights before July. Jesus.
Amelia.
I know you heard Tail. I don't know if you guys can hear.
Yep, oh, you can even see it down there.
Oh, she's so cute. Were you going to show me? Oh, no, that's what you're going to show me, the artwork.
No, there's like not really. Twitch.
Well, yes.
Yeah, oh, of course I do. Are you kidding me?
Literally, well, actually did kill him twice technically. But yeah, almost completely killed him, so...
Yep, I'm a zombie.
I would say he hates them. I mean, they're pretty and everything, but we can do even cooler things with drones. So, like, and those are quiet, and they don't pollute the air, and they don't kill birds. So, yeah, I think fireworks are pretty stupid and pointless in general. You're literally setting your cash on fire. Watch it go boom. Yeah. It's like the most primal thing we can do. Wow. Wow.
All
Light
right.
boom.
I'm gonna hop off of here.
Okay.
We're gonna go for the night. I have a great Scottish accent. I don't think. Okay. Anyways, alright, everybody. It's been a fun one.
Hope y'all are staying hydrated, treating yourself well, staying safe out there.